Oh man, I know nothing
This
about
is a
American
fire
football.
fit.
I'm so
I don't know
excited.
anything about sports. I don't know what to say about sports.
Welcome,
Hello,
welcome.
Love this suit.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
First
you.
of all, nice to meet you. I'm happy to be here. Very ecstatic to be here. Yeah.
Obviously, just finished working a month-long shift on the subathon. How was that?
Very tiring, but I'm happy. I'm happy at the same time. But yeah.
For those that might not, they're like, I recognize him. What do you want to explain to the viewers what it is that you do?
Hi, my name's Miles Morales. It's nice to meet you. So, I act like a video game character, and I get paid for it, which I'm very blessed to have. So, yeah.
But you're going in a new direction now,
Yeah.
which is awesome to see. What can they expect from you in 2025?
I definitely want to do more like IRL streaming, game streaming. I'm really new to the Twitch community, so like meeting everybody here is like overstimulating, but it's crazy like how far I've came, and I'm just thankful. But yeah, I definitely want to do more IRL streaming, gaming streaming, and just at my home invite guests over and like, you know, have fun like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How did you get into the TikTok sphere doing that? Like, did you just wake up one day and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna be Spider-Man.
Yeah. So I was watching before it became a trend. I was watching some of the NPCs, and I remember like at that time, like I was like really freaking broke. Like I had no money. Like I was in my car. Like I was just really hustling, and I sent somebody like $40, and that was a lot of money to me at that time.
Yeah.
And I thought about it. I was like, damn. I just sent this guy $40, and I don't even know him, but he was so cool. He was doing it. Shout out to the Ohio Final Boss. But yeah, I sent him $40, and then I was like, dang, he's making money just like acting like an NPC and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. So I started doing it, and I didn't even know like my voice was similar to Miles, and I could do that at the time, but it was crazy. Yeah.
Changed your life forever. Right?
You ever thought about pursuing a career in voice acting?
Yes, please
I feel like
hire
this counts,
me if you
right?
guys want. Yes, if you guys want me as a voice actor, I'm so down. I'm so down. I just started being cool with a couple of the voice actors. Maybe I shouldn't say who, but I'm cool with a lot of.
Yeah, you're getting there. You're bumping shoulders. You're bumping shoulders. Nice.
Bumping shoulders and stuff. So yeah, it's nice to meet everyone here.
Dude, it's been awesome, and it's been awesome seeing your journey. And I hope you enjoy the Streamer Awards. It should be a good time. So thank you so much.
Right.
Appreciate
Have
it.
fun
Thank
tonight.
you.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet
Have a good night. Love the
All
street.
right. Back to Ron with you all.
Back to Ron.
To the streets.
The streets.
I have to speed it up though. They're saying I have to speed it. Oh my God, it's so. Why do you look so much taller now?
I know you're self-conscious about it.
No, what? I'm not self-conscious. I'm 5'9", 5'10".
You look like you're 6'3". I'm 7 foot tall right now.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say this is a very amazing dress. Are you excited for tonight?
Yes, I am. Are you having a good red carpet interviewing?
I'm trying my best. I think they're mad at me because I'm not showing sponsors. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Here, come over here, if you can, please, because I want to make sure I show the sponsors.
It'd be worse if I went like, hi. Ron. Hi, Ron. How you doing? You having a good time?
Okay, get the fuck out of here.
All
Go.
right.
End of that. That's the end of that. God fucking damn it.
Welcome back to the red carpet. We're with
Nivison! What's poppin', baby? Hey, what's going on, Connor? It's so good to see you.
I just like seeing
It's so good. You want to hear something that happened to me the other day? I saw you walk down the stairs at Thank Miss.
No.
And I said to you, oh my God, Connor, it's so good to see you. And then I was like, hey, we should get lunch. And what did you say?
you know, I got a lot going on right now. I gotta.
No. You said, I'll see you tomorrow. The Streamer Awards.
We can get lunch. We're gonna share it.
We better. What? No, this isn't lunch.
Why is this not lunch? This counts as lunch, doesn't it?
No, that's
Right, back
This
me
is
up.
not lunch. This is
That's
not
like
lunch.
it was like getting turned down for a date. It was like
It was okay. No. I'm
I'll
here.
see you at school.
What is it about Ted that you hate?
I don't necessarily think it's the size. Okay, you know, I'm self-conscious
Which
being around
part?
Ted.
Which part? Which
All
part?
of you,
'Cause
Ted.
I can imagine one of them. pissed
All
me
of you, Ted. Okay, it's a lot to be
off. All I
around.
have to say is you saying that to me is like me like
Yeah,
asking
you know
a
what?
girl out and being like, well, we can hang out at school. Fuck.
You know what? You know one time Ted came to me. Never forget this in my life. He goes, "Hey,
I'm not gonna face it
what are
towards
you?
him anymore.
What are you doing on your stream? Because you sound nothing like this in real life." I was like, "What?"
I said that to you?
Yeah. something like that. It wasn't that bad. It was something like that. What'd you say that, huh?
There's a lot of resentment and tension.
I feel like you're just making something up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Okay,
Connor.
I had to come up with something.
Wow.
Anyway, Ted.
So I describe a real thing that happened to me in my life with you, and you lie? That's crazy.
Not looking good, Connor.
Look, we hung out in Australia. Isn't that crazy?
No, that was
You did?
Yeah.
I was
Randomly.
I was in Australia at the time.
This isn't a hostile takeover. This is a merger.
You need me.
You need me, and I need an answer.
Then it's Peanut Butter Group and Chocolatey, 50-50.
We'll iron out those details later. We got him.
The business world was rocked today by the merger of the Peanut Butter Group and Chocolatey Corp.
It's peanut buttery, it's chocolatey, it's going to change everything.
We're bullish for Jif PVC.
We did it. No, you did it.
Jif, it's that Jiffing good.
Subaru is the largest corporate donor to the National Park Foundation, helping to protect our parks for future generations through the Share the Love event.
Get 2.9% for 72 months, and Subaru and our retailers will make a minimum $300 donation to charity.
No. Why not? It's good sometimes. Who? When? For me? He never cooked for me. Super.
Girl, you know I love it when I'm next to you.
How you feel about your sister bringing these niggas around? These dark-skinned niggas too. These niggas, not no man, niggas.
Why?
If you had to pick somebody for your sister, who would it be? Like describe the nigga for your sister. I mean, a man.
Like the perfect.
Like some NBA player or some shit.
No.
What do you mean?
So what type
a
of
nice, loyal NBA player that doesn't get in trouble.
So name a player like Jalen Green, Mark Rosen.
I don't know.
Why NBA? Courtside, you want to say
Steph Curry.
I can go courtside, LeBron.
You heard that, LeBron?
LeBron?
LeBron, like.
That's a good guy, though.
This is LeBron right here. Man, come here, Rick. What's up?
That'd be her. That'd be her sugar daddy.
What's up? What's up, Booker? What's up, bro? Could you imagine, like, you want her to date me? You know who I want you to do?
Girl.
Nah, I say, I can see you realistically dating Brooklyn. To be honest, if I can like picture it, probably T.I. son.
Which one?
The one that rapped. Not King.
The money?
Huh?
The money?
The money?
Yeah, I say like
Really?
him or somebody old.
I should call bro and tell him pull up.
Nah, he just worked this out the other day. Nah.
What's that?
That would be your
He just worked this
that would be
out.
your style.
Huh?
I would say no. To be honest, I would say like, and on the like recording wise, like social media type shit. I would say like, probably like Dior.
Dior?
and King.
Oh, Ken?
No, Dior. The girl.
Oh yeah, Dior.
Couldn't
See me dating her?
I couldn't see you with another man, bro.
What? I can't picture myself with another man either.
So I say probably like Karuchi.
Oh, I see. No.
Or Johnny.
Johnny? Who's that? Oh, that man? This nigga just throwing names out. Nah. I see myself with not an NBA player. I see myself with a doctor.
A doctor?
Doctor. Who's that?
Umar. The nigga that love black women. Dr. Umar
I
Johnson.
don't know, he gotta be fine. Cute. He probably give me BBL for free, you know. Maybe
So you wanted to see you naked.
What we have. He's gonna see that regardless. Well, if we're in a relationship. So, yeah. It's gonna be but
so if you could get a BBL, you would?
Nah, I wouldn't. Realistically, I wouldn't.
That's good.
All jokes aside, I wouldn't.
How tall are you? 4'11". What's your type?
Wait, this is me, man. Just grab me.
I was so wondering.
Light skin dreads. They don't have a type.
You don't have a type.
No, I really do.
No, Jasmine, you do not have.
You said you let Alan.
I am sure.
She's lying.
I said for the.
Why is my name getting
a type?
Did I see her last 2 niggas?
It's Santa. We got a problem.
Save more when you get Cox Internet and one unlimited Cox mobile line for just $80 a month. All with Wi-Fi equipment.
Students, who do they remember me like dance, y'all?
Me!
Who the best dancer in this job?
Help!
Alright, let me see. Fuck a good, make her remember me. People left the Hennessy. Fuck a little bit out Tennessee. I think her name was Kimberly. Maybe I think it was Emily. She shook her ass with the manganese. I fell in love with her energy. Hey, these niggas be fake, I ain't feeling the energy. I drop a bag on my enemy. That shit cost my 10 apiece. Fuck all them niggas who envy me. These niggas got bitch tendencies. All these bitches be enemy. I got that bad and she feeling me. I got that bad and she feeling me. Shaking and shaking and know who the goats. Yeah, we turn up, you know how we go. I got my foot on their necks, I'm up next. Some ladies be calling me, sending me checks. Pop my shit, big flex. Fuck a good, make her remember me. People left the Hennessy. Fuck a little bitch out Tennessee. I think her name was Kimberly. Maybe I think it was Emily. She shook her ass with the manganese. I fell in love with her energy. Hey, I was just fucking her, she was thinking of making she was bad as shit. Bitch, I'm a player. This shit easy, this shit like a layup. I'm in the game thinking of, I'ma stay up. Niggas be fake, they like be made up. I was fucked up, I had to get my paper up. I was fucked up, I had to get my paper up. I gotta get to the bed, I'm running shit up, I stick to the plan. Pull up, we gon' aim at your man. Pull up, we gon' hop out that black minivan. That little bitch named Roxanne, she a little freak, let me get her pants. When I get booked for a show, I need the rights in advance. Remember me like, 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 fuck a girl, you can remember me. People lay off their Hennessy, fuck a little bit out Tennessee. I think her name was Kimberly, maybe I think it was Emily.
Hey, hey.
I add you to manganese,
Hey,
I fall in love with her energy.
Hey.
Hey, hey. Remember me like, remember me like, remember me like.
man, back to these Philly reactions, man. Some good Philly reactions, man. Some good Philly music, some real Philly music. Who likes Philly music? I like Philly music. Some Philly music. Hold up. Manage videos. We lit.
He acting crazy, I'm pressing the button. Dropping the bag on his head. Try like I powered, but it was too late. He shouldn't say what he said. I tell my head when you gon' slide. Make sure that everybody dead. Make sure you don't hit no kids. Block up, we get back. I went crazy in the Philly ghosts. They my slacks. I'm in the zone when I'm coming through. My drip come from sex. All of the babes try to give me they throat. They try to throw me that ass. They keep on shaking that ass. Can't how they throwing it back. But when I throw all these racks.
Fuck around, throw all the racks. Yeah, I be shopping that sacks. Yeah, I be copping the drippy, yeah, bitch, my dick and she wanna get hit. Walk the party with how you know how we turn up and dead. Shake that shit, yeah, shake that shit. Come on, little, shake that shit. Come on, shake that shit. You doing the beam in the beamer. I was just fucking the bitch named Salima. I shit wet like Aquafina. So I be sipping that purple. I got that glass from Mulan Circle. We got that city on lock for the go turn up. They knew I be dropped. That little bitch, my dick and she wanna get here. She see like I go out. Yeah, she see like I go out. Yeah, I be sipping that wild. Yeah, I be sipping that wild from the project. Nigga, this shit get real. Nigga get smoked on the field. Nigga be popping them perks. Nigga be sipping the pills. Fiends be coming pills. Fiends be coming pills. Fiends be coming pills. Shake that shit. Put your hands up in the air. All you gotta do, shake that shit. Shake that shit to the left, to the right. Come on, bitch, shake that shit. Come on, shake that shit. Come on, shake that shit. Come on, shake that shit. All you gotta do is put your hands up there, now, shake that shit. All you gotta do, put your hands up in the air, now, shake that shit. Now, shake that shit, put it up, shake that shit. Shake that shit. Shake that shit.
Hey, hold on. He's about to get in his bag right here. Hold up. Look at Orange. Orange was trying to get freaky. Hey, shake that. Hey, Orange.
Block up, we get back. I went crazy in the Philly ghosts. They my slacks. I'm in the zone when I'm coming through. My drip come from sex. All of the babes try to give me they throat. They try to throw me that ass. Block up, we get back. I went crazy in the Philly ghosts. They my slacks. I'm in the zone when I'm coming through. My drip come from sex. All of the babes try to give me they throat. They try to throw me that ass. They keep on shaking that ass. Can't how they throwing it back. But when I throw all these racks.
We're mad nice. We're bang, 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 bang. Hey, hey.
Block up, we get back. I went crazy in the Philly ghosts. They my slacks. I'm in the zone when I'm coming through. My drip come from sex. All of the babes try to give me they throat. They try to throw me that ass. Block up, we get back. I went crazy in the Philly ghosts. They my they throwing it back. I'm gonna throw all these racks.
Doing that shit all
So
day. Oof. We got disturbed.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hey.
Cold nigga. Chubbs down. Chubbs under distress. Them ghetto niggas fast. Got that beat from Jumbo. Yeah, I bought my Jumbo. I got rock on Fumbo. She feel my dick in segundo. I'm about to come home. Turn that bitch to a track star. I ain't gon' run though. She want more. She wanna come out. She wanna fuck it on low, low, low. She best on that dick like a pogo, go. Fortnite, going solo. Fucking that bitch, I'm going slow-mo. Walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog. He said he hot at me. He fraud. I got this shit out the dirt, little nigga. I been going so motherfucker hard. Can't hang with us, you ain't staying a star. My mom told me I'm gonna be a star. I'm way out of here. Way out of here, going so far. To the hills, I'm trying to get to a mill. If we eat, we all gonna motherfucking eat. She a freak, like that little bitch on the beach. She want me to rub on her feet, but she gotta get on her knees. She gonna suck me in, please.
Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog, walk you like a dog.
I don't run from the dick, I run into it. I need to check this dude, it. Little dog ass nigga, I don't even want dick, just get on your knees and chew it. Slurping me up, his thumb in my butt, I bust a nut, he lose it. He all in love, he Cupid, I never cuff, he stupid, huh? I keep on fucking it up. I keep on telling these niggas that I really love them when I wanna fuck. And I only fuck with them niggas who really get money and running it up. And running it up, and running it up, and running it out. Don't run into us, you never been tough. Pussy ass bitch, you bluff. It's them and it's us. Whenever it's smoke, all that shit get puffed. So all of my ops, I say fuck them hoes. None of them bitches on top. Bitch, I'm rock, and I'm hot as shit. No, this shit won't stop. I'm like,
Bitch, I knock us off. They can't knock us off. Bitch, I still away like a fake jerk. You can't knock us off. When I drop shit, that shit set it off. Bitch, I get involved. They can't get involved. Walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog. Got 2 chains on. Fuck that bitch, she ain't my main John. They said, I used to do. I got the Moxie cool. Look what to do. I got the ball, I can't even chew. I got that shit in the troop. I put that bitch. Come on, thinking I'm through. But this bitch call me the goop.
Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk you like a dog. Walk you like a dog, bitch, I walk.
Song trash.
Now you in there. Come on, stop playing with your watch. Yo, open this door. You know what I'm trying to do. Come on, open up. Come on, let's go.
What the hell you want?
I'm here for Zoe. Yeah, I'm looking for Zoe.
Said he will. Yeah, you the one with the freaking song. Yeah, I watched that on the what that? It was Red Tube. Yeah, that's the one.
No, YouTube. Yeah, it's YouTube. But yeah, that's me. Freak you, yeah, saying freak you. Yeah, that's me. Come on, what are we doing?
If you said he will, do that dance you be doing. Nah, that ain't it. You ain't no goddamn dancer. Now James Brown, that was a dancer. You just a hip smacker, pelvic thrusting air puncher like a goddamn crackhead.
Don't get this.
Get your ass in here. You letting out my good air. Mosquitoes everywhere. Zeddy Will. In my house. On my couch. Hand me that clicker right there.
That's all right.
Yeah.
There you go, Grandpa, OG.
You know, Steve Harvey having a marathon. You know, he got his hair back.
Anyway, I appreciate you for letting me spend some time with your granddaughter. I appreciate that.
Get your goddamn hand out my face. Let me tell you something, Zeddy Will. Ain't gonna be no freaking going on in here. Now y'all can watch a movie. You can eat a snack. One thing you're not gonna do is make that ass clap.
What are you saying right? Nobody's trying to do all of that. I'm just trying to chill and vibe with her. Come on.
What you even know about a freak, Zeddy Will? What do you know about a freak? Let me tell you something. Check this out. See that thing right there? Cold turkey. It's a bad mamma jamma.
Bad mamma jamma? Why her feet look like that?
Oh, they amputated that. Placed it with a hand.
My bad, I'm sorry.
No, I ain't no sorry. That grip strength crazy. The double twist, nah, triple. That was the greatest thing that ever happened to me.
What you mean, what was? Was she died or something?
Oh, nah, she just cheated on me.
Man, shit, man. She do like she ran through like a red light.
I mean, Zeddy, that thing had mileage like 87 Chevelle.
No. She like they be clapping her like the end of a movie.
I mean, they was knocking that down like a bowling pin.
She looked like that's a roast beef sandwich from Aldi's.
Oh, they was beating that box like Dougie Fresh.
Wait. All of that and you still wifed her for 45 years?
Wifed her. Zeddy Will. One man's hoe is another man's soul. They was putting a thing on it. Me, I put some ring on it.
Oh yeah, nah, you're bugging.
You know what, Zeddy Will? You're not so bad after all. I'm gonna go and get Zoe.
Yeah, you go do that.
And you, keep your goddamn hands to yourself.
I'll try, Grandpa.
What's up?
What you doing?
Hey, you stop all that goddamn freaking.
Grandpa, get your old ass out of here.
Yeah, I watched my Don Cornelius documentary. That Soul Train's where the freaks was at. Know nothing about no goddamn top ticker. Talking about some Morgan the Stallion and Doja Kitty, whatever fucking animals they are. They ain't freaks. Give me a prune juice and a cranberry and I make that bird sing.
You know we can't do nothing right because my grandpa's here. So, TV?
Yo.
I wanna freak you as soon as I can beat him. I wanna know, you leaving with your friends after this, or you coming with me? Which one? You don't think I can keep up? Tell me, what does that mean? We could go fast or slow, either way. After this, put you on a freak team. I said you. You should just let me freak you. I said you. You should just. I said you. You should just let me freak you. I said you. You should just.
I wanna freak you. Soon as I can be, is your shit really ways you squaring and not?
Why these dudes lying?
Is your shit really ways you squaring?
Like, why his... Get the chalk lining.
And not, or is he just pee? Tell me really, is you a free for me? Or you really for the team? You could catch these balls if you play football, bitch, I'm out your league. I know that ass fetch you a foreign girl. Got me in my bed like a vacuum seal. Might go to the club and throw gold up, cause they know what's up and they know we the ones. When I'm humping you, think about making a scene or two. She call me daddy with a Z. Shit, even Zeddy confused.
I said you. You should just let me freak you. I said you. You should just. I said you. You should just let me freak you. I said you.
I don't know about this. Yo, I don't know about this. Philly goes, yeah, that's my goals. Yeah, that's
Town
my
Hall
goals.
17 in Clash of Clans is now available on both mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Unleash the power
Bob and
of
a
Town Hall
cat.
17
Who's
on a
that?
larger PC screen and get 10% off in-game.
Pass or play?
Pass or play.
Pass or play, team A.
Pass.
They would like to pass to team B, okay? All right, here we go. Name a souvenir a woman might bring home from a male strip show.
Underwear.
That is correct. All right.
Ask those family.
Next person up. No, you just went. Come on, yep. Name a souvenir a woman might bring home from a male strip show.
Handcuffs.
That's a good answer, but it's not on it though. 1X. Come on down. What you got?
Money.
Purchase it.
See this already?
Yeah, I be dripping and dragging. Spit hot, so they call me a.
I'ma scope the scenery out. Watch out.
Dummy. 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 Dummy.
I'ma scope the scenery out. Watch out.
Dummy. 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 Dummy.
I'ma scope the scenery out. Watch.
Rest in peace, my fallen soldiers.
Got that beat from Jumbo.
Yeah. I've been thinking about my niggas in the past. I can't fuck with niggas, so I can't relax. Yeah, my homie died, had to get him tagged. Fucking up the summer, fucking up these rags. Fucking that bitch and I did. I had to give it a kid. I got the sauce, got the drip. Niggas, they mad as shit. In the church, you know what I mean?
This is a sad song, yo. This is a sad song.
Yo, you hear that? Yo, you hear that? Yo, you hear that? Big AK go clear that. I see a hop, you know we don't fear that. Pound hit his chest, you know it's go tear that. I'm hit. Boy, get up, you screaming like a bitch. I got more blues than Lilo and Stitch. I'm about to slide, but to let that shit rip. I got the 4 pound, he got the Gen 5. I like how your shit sound, can we switch? I'm shooting too slow, can you pass me the switch? Hop right out that V, then I hop out and blitz. Got the whole city cracking, these bitches on deck. These bitches on deck. Walk right in the club and I get that shit lit. Lee gave me an ounce and I made that shit flip. I walk in so fresh. I walk in so clean. I got dimes, I got niggas, I got dubs. Everything that you need. Come through bang like Embiid. Come through bang like Embiid. Niggas can't call me Spency no more. You can call me Rashid. That 4 pound ripping through your door. You better go to sleep. We call little bro, ush, ush, ush. He'll put you to sleep. We call big bro. He fed as shit. All he do is like to eat. I call up, shh, you know she a freak. You know she a freak. I heard she come through and eat the dick. You know she a freak. Pound bullets rip through your chest and your gut. And it fuck up your teeth. No, it fuck up your summer. Come through, is that the new Jeep? No, that's the Hummer. Come through banging like Shaq. Come through banging like Nash. I come through and clear out the scene. I come through banging that shit like Kareem. Can't be with your bar. Bitch up if you go hop in his car. Turn the beam on if you can't see from afar. We go sunny no more. We smoking that ganja. Watch your back, we go creep right behind you. You's a bitch in the city, I can't find you. You can find me. You can catch you posted up by the alley. Y'all niggas don't want no smoke. You send me the addy, swear to God that I'm bending it. Y'all niggas be so broke, little bro, ace full of beans, swear to God that I'm sending it. Yo, you hear that? Big AK go clear that. I see a hop, you know we don't fear that. Pound hit his chest, you know it's go tear that. I'm hit. Boy, get up, you screaming like a bitch. I got more blues than Lilo and Stitch. I'm about to slide, but to let that shit rip. I got the 4 pound, he got the Gen 5.
This is
I like
trash.
Shit sound, can we switch? I'm shooting too slow, can you pass me the switch? Hop right out that V, then I hop out and blitz. Got the whole city cracking, these bitches on deck. These bitches on deck. Walk right in the
Shit's trash.
J crazy. This that Philly shit. So hit your shit. This that Philly shit. Yeah, that go shit. This that Philly shit. So hit your shit. This that Philly shit.
Me and the gang, squeezing the kid. Stop at the Wawa, grab a quesadilla. Got this little shorty, said her name was Tia. Gave me the Addy, can't wait till I see it. Lee got the burner, talking in the jacket. B&B bitches, come and get it crack. Come and get it crack. Come and get it crack. Come and get it crack.
This that Philly shit.
Fuck when you hit a leg up. When you hit a leg, hold on when you hit a knee. Stop taking her dance, little bro. If I come through banging like Lance, little bro.
Got this little dance out called shake. These bitches, they love us, they love when we shake. Pull this cash out, they getting real naked. They getting turn around, can you think you take? Can you think you take?
Hey man, fuck all that. You know that shake that shit for the goats, right?
Yeah, that go shit.
You ain't know, you know now, nigga. That shit branded.
Oh, me out to my. We got the kids coming in the alley.
Hey, yo, crazy. Stop that.
It's dice, I'm lit. I walk on the party, I'm shaking my hip. Get bitch on my dick, it's time get hit. Get bitch on my dick, it's time get hit. Niggas big cab ain't seen that nigga. He was motherfucking lacking, he fast with the feet. Like she always got that motherfucking heat. Get bitch on my dick, get bitches the free. You know how I get. I walk on the party, turn up when I dip. I walk on the party, turn up my dip. I walk on the
The Google shopping game show where the deals are endless and everyone wins. Our contestants are comedians, friends, and now game show competitors. Please welcome Roy Wood Jr. and Robin Thede. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
I mentioned that you are friends. Is that true?
That is true.
Yes.
Until I beat him mercilessly in this game.
So your friendship hinges on this event?
Yes.
Not my friendship,
Oh.
Jimmy, because I'm a decent person.
I've always said that about you, Roy. I really have. Robin, not as much.
Yeah, it's fair.
Now, do you exchange gifts?
We have. He got me cupcakes with my face on them one time
Oh,
for my
I
late night
did.
show.
I did.
I bought him luggage when he broke some luggage one time. Yeah,
Yes.
we do exchange gifts.
All right.
The next stop is On the Radar Radio.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Yes, sir, baby. On the Radar Radio Cyphers. Yo, Philly in the building. 2 Humpy boys in the building. I'ma step out. They all gonna step in and kill this, all right? Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rod, I got something to say. What you got to say? It's real, boy. I wanna rock right now, like Petra House, you know how I get down. Niggas that talk the most, you don't see them. Even outside from the AM to the PM. They're too humpy, nationally known. Fuck a Rolex, no time I'm on. Niggas tryna beat me, niggas be clones. Keeping up with us, go on, need a loan, let's get it. Get money. Get money. Get money. Get money. Get money. Too humpy. Get money. Get money. Get money. Get money. Too humpy.
When it come to these bitches, I'm humping. When it come to these niggas, they running. Ain't worried about niggas, I'm chasing these hundreds. I'm dropping the bag if I want me a bucket. New school in this is switch up. Hands in the air, bitches, stick up. All these bad bitches will eat the dick up. That boy,
Damn. Years riding, I break the beat. Wasn't fucking back then, but she sucks to meet now. Me running from a nigga, how the fuck do that sound? Niggas ain't it. Many niggas be clowns. Showing niggas how to really move. Going hammer, we keep them tools. And my brother, we count them blues. Y'all counting them check, we getting them tools.
Get money. Get money. Get money. Get money. Too happy. Get money. Get money. Get money. Get money. Too happy. She giving me neck. Running through these tracks. They got a pussy wet. I'm in the car with a up, with a fuck for your butt, with a butt. Gotta stick with a drum. They like, who that? Who that? I'm throwing shots, they trying to run. True rate, bitch, I'm not one of them.
2 Humpy J Money, what's up? Who the fuck is that? I don't.
You are at the first GZF live dance battle. We at GZF Dance Wars. We got the set battles here. Everybody clap it up. Show them the energy. Everybody clap it up. A trophy and $500 cash.
Keep going. Oh snap. Song start. Yes, yes. Money.
is dabbed up. 10 is over.
Let me see something, yeah.
He dabbed up the cameraman, 2 girls, 3 guys. Make some noise, show them the same love, y'all. Let's get it.
Damn.
Okay. Clap it up for round 1. Clap it up for round 1. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get to the second round. We got B. Yeah, we're gonna get you right there. We got B.
Calling all the monsters. Calling all the monsters. Calling all the monsters.
Right at him. Right at him.
Get your body shake. You wish you could just do it.
Hey.
Keep going. 15 seconds.
That's you. Okay.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
3, 2, 1. Clap it up.
I'm tired.
Ready, time.
Let's get it. If you're new to the channel, sub up. GZF Dance Wars. We turned it up. We got Yaya second round.
Right at him.
Bang, bang, bang.
Stay right there.
Judges, if y'all point to the right, y'all got beat. If y'all point to the left, y'all got Yaka. If you put an X, got a tie. I'ma just count down.
We going. You ready, Rob?
up, clap it up, clap it up. Let's get into our next battle. Let's get into our next battle. Let's get into our next battle. Next, we got a 2v2, y'all. We got a 2v2. It's not a regular 2v2 though, bro. We got the ladies.
It's been a
We got
long
the
night,
ladies.
long night.
We got the ladies.
Come on now.
They gonna come up here. They gonna do their thing. Y'all, we already told y'all what we looking
It's
for.
been a long night,
we got y'all
long
songs
night,
already. Oh, and chat, y'all was like, yo, somebody need to pick better songs. Everybody got to choose their song. Well, except for the ladies, actually. I'm about to say the ladies said it don't matter. We gonna have y'all come up. Let me get the ladies that's battling. Let me get the ladies that's battling. Let's clap it up for the ladies. Ooh, it's about to get nasty. Okay.
Okay, ladies.
So look, let me get y'all first. Introduce yourself to the, introduce yourself to the stream. Tell them your gram, everything, and yeah.
Hold it down, please, hold it down, please, respectfully, hold it down, please.
I said, my name Gotti. You can follow me on the gram at VY Gotti. That came here to give out some dope.
BTA.
My name is Sanaa. Everybody know me as the water bender. My name on Instagram is Nabins. Other than that, yeah.
All right, clap it up. That's team one. Clap it up. Walk up. We got team two right here. Introduce yourself. Yo, my name is Coco. You can follow me on the gram at...
Hold it down, please, keep it quiet, please.
Yo, my name is Coco. You can follow me on the gram at 4PFCo. Yeah, see Stacks. You already know what the vibe is. Doing this shit since a buck, man. Follow me. TikTok, see Stacks. That's it, that's all. Y'all know what the vibe is.
We're dropping it right now. Here we go on the beat.
Town Hall 17 in Clash of Clans is now available on both mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress across your PC and mobile devices. Unleash the power of Town Hall 17 on a larger PC screen and dominate the battlefield with enhanced keyboard controls. And get 10% off in-game purchases when you play on PC with Google Play Games. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
Here's how the average man's life would change if he never saw an ad again. Day one, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free.
Let's go, ladies.
Hey. It's in the middle.
How y'all feeling, B.I.? I felt like... Make sure you follow me on the gram at Lil Fanboy.
That boy tired, bud. That boy tired.
Dragon, feel out to me, I ain't bragging. Take care of my pen.
She didn't say the word.
Dick. Go.
She searched dick?
She searched dick. You searched dick.
Oh.
What happened?
No.
What we doing? They searching out words.
I already searched it. Oh, that's so weak. I searched the wrong thing.
Nigga, I said dick. This nigga searched up sex. Type in dick.
God takes dick.
Don't say what it is out loud.
I ain't doing it, bro. This is so ass.
Let me see.
You gotta say this.
Man, y'all love
was sexy. It was sex. It wasn't nothing but sexy. That was it. What is it?
You thirsty for that license, but not this dick.
What?
I said you.
What did it say?
It said you thirsty for this license, but not this dick. All right. Me and Brooklyn gotta do it.
All right.
Boom.
No, don't delete nothing.
I'm not.
Yeah, don't delete nothing.
Wait. Hold on.
So we have to.
The camera don't see, right? No.
Yeah, the camera don't
All right,
see.
cool.
But I'm gonna tell them the words y'all search.
Yeah, y'all need to search the same word.
The same word.
No, any word. Look.
Okay.
So here.
Switch.
I'm scared.
Stop. I want to see Jay from Windows.
No. Alright.
No, just go.
Well, you're trying to show the camera.
There's nothing there.
All right. Be careful. Go.
Alright. You ready?
Everybody
Everybody going my phone.
I'm gonna say the word.
Wait, what do we do?
You search for one word, not just one word.
All right, what word?
Any word, yeah.
Any word.
Like.
All right, the Shay Search link. Let's see.
That shit was a terrible word.
No,
you
that's
had
it.
one word. You had one word. No, you had one word.
STD.
Come on, Brooklyn, search something. See, niggas don't say sex. That's sexy.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay,
over.
no, you did search too. Okay, no, you didn't.
I promise I did.
Bro, you did link, and
So
you did
basically,
something else.
my thing was,
Bro, they have to give us a word, bro.
Give us a word.
No, wait, let me say this. Let me say this.
Okay, go ahead, though.
A girl asked me to pay for her license, and she kept asking. And I
This
said,
nigga been
"Damn, be
meditating on
thirsty
that
for
damn-
this dick."
No,
Get his license.
You've been meditating on that damn shit.
All right, give us the
Give us a word. Give us a word.
Okay, they said bae. Chat said bae.
All right.
All right.
Chat said bae.
B-A-E or B-A-Y? How you spell
B-A-E.
bae?
B-A-E.
Wait, let me look at more questions. Let me look at more words.
No.
Go to the switch.
Chat said bae. Chat said Justin.
And
They
who was
said
Travis
Crack.
Hunter?
They said
Yeah,
come.
they
They said
said
bae.
There's
like
nothing
Travis
here.
Hunter.
Bro, just still.
Just type in bae.
Babe.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Damn, how many bays is there? How many niggas is the bays?
No, you can't let her take the phone.
Hold on, let me see.
Babe, I'll be a part of your production.
No. You can't read.
Hold on. Let me see your shit.
All right.
Bae, leaving, bae. I was asking, bae, I'm a little drunk. Don't be, bae, I got you.
What are you doing, bae?
What are you doing?
Relax,
They want me to go out with them, bae. My TV loud and I don't have the remote, bae. You are my family too, bae. Good morning, bae. No, bae, no.
Okay,
bae.
shit, he reading yours. Read his, Brooklyn, because they know. Yeah. Read all his.
I already took one, babe. Sorry, I'm still out.
What she
Took
took?
what?
That's the chef. That's the chef. Is that the chef?
Nah, I didn't say shit.
Yeah.
That's the shell.
Is that the chef? Oh.
Damn, they can clip that already.
Bro, this is a crazy
But
ass
those
thing.
was old. These was old messages though.
February.
Those is old.
Bro.
And I feel like a lot of niggas say bae.
No, that was you.
No, it was the white message.
Oh, yeah, you right.
Bro.
I didn't say
We
it. Was no blue messages.
You gotta do this as a segment, bro. That's crazy.
You gotta do it on screen share, though.
Hell no.
Screen share, that's gonna leak everything, huh?
What? Y'all recording 24/7.
Nigga, you do your shit on screen share.
Alright, one more. Let's do one more.
One more word?
Another word?
Yeah.
Okay. Here you go, Doug.
Hold on, wait.
Nah, I'm good.
It say, I miss you.
I miss you.
That's lame.
I tell my mama, I just text my son out this.
Yeah.
Okay, Doug, here.
I'm scared.
Hold on, wait.
I don't know, chat. What should I do?
You and me gotta do that like.
Look up.
Yeah, you and me gotta do that like.
Mondo,
where you
fix
been?
it. Where you at?
Cool.
I don't know. They said y'all scared, though.
I'm scared. Wait a minute.
See, you searching stuff.
No, this is my message. She got the search ready for you. Look, yours look like that. They said I love you, or brick. They said brick.
fuck's Steve Harvey? This is full of the shade. Send some
They
fucking
said
pics.
daddy or Link.
I love.
They said daddy.
Who's gonna fucking sing? Fuck the cute shit. Fuck them niggas. Fuck the shade. I hate working for that nigga. Fuck that short
This nigga
bitch.
said fuck Meg. You fucking fuck you.
Fuck them kids.
Fuck them. Negative in my savings. Fuck my chicken.
I don't talk freaky in messages.
Exactly. So we couldn't find anything. Call.
Can we leave, bro?
Oh, so, yeah, you're
somewhere.
hungry.
Let's go risk our life, bro.
It's a couple times, bro.
Okay.
Bro, please, bro, just let me leave.
I want to know
Alan,
more.
is this yours?
What did I win?
Yeah.
Hey, can I throw it away?
That wasn't me.
Thank you.
No, you can say it.
You got to put R.
I love.
Them niggas really had Jada kissing this bitch.
Where to go?
Can I get a bottle of water?
So how do y'all shower? Y'all put it on pause?
No,
I just.
shower off camera.
Yeah, me too.
So where y'all stream?
Listening to music.
Like on my little sister, bro. I'm not doing my shit.
Why would you put that on your sister?
That's the truth.
I'm about to die. In GTA. I said, I'm about to die in GTA. I know you're talking about Bali, but.
Wait, what?
Huh?
So what the fuck did you do?
What?
Oh.
Your shit don't get going smoking.
So I just asked the shade, have he beat his shit since he been on the street? He said on Bali I haven't, and then you said I would say on Bali, but she'll die in GTA.
No, I said, well, I'm about to die in GTA. Because he said on my little sister.
He said Bali.
No, he said on my little sister.
Oh, my bad.
Nah.
Do girls even do that?
I know. I feel like it's weird.
I'm not. Oh. Anyways, y'all.
Where do you want to go, bro?
Bro, I just need to leave out of here. To get some food. I just need to
Look up
see
the new
it.
place.
I already looked.
What is it?
What, you want me to say it?
There's so many places.
Bro, I just need something.
Ouch.
It's gonna be a.
Or I could just dip real quick while y'all smoking this week. Huh?
Why is the place?
It ain't far at all.
Like how far? Title?
Yes. Yes. Very entitled.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna eat the cricket.
Are you the jack?
I'm gonna eat the cricket.
I just said free meat. What happened?
We got you locked up. How many cards do we take it? 2?
Oh, Grandma, can you pour me some ice?
You just want ice.
Where's Mom? Get her hair done. Upstairs.
Bali up there?
I think so.
No, Bali sleep. Bali sleep. She's in the room with me sleep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How long she gonna be sleeping?
I don't know. Was she going to or something? Probably going to. We can wake her up when it's time to go.
This ice is so good.
We need to take 2 cards.
Doug, how long are you gonna be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
The whole day?
Should be.
Okay. I'm thinking about the second.
We need to take 2 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you going out?
Yeah, I know. At the airport, at home.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 8 things. 9 minutes. What other card can we take?
I'm not going.
Let's take mom's card.
My bad, Cap. I love.
Where's my mic at?
Right here.
Where's Alvin?
Who's that privileged guy?
Oh.
Who's that? Huh? What? Oh, that's my stuff. When I was out for a little bit, I had to go check on the dog. Make sure Zoe is okay.
I don't know why I just send Uber Eats me something, bro.
Huh? Uber Eats something?
I don't know why I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know why you did it though.
I don't eat Uber Eats food, bro. I don't know why. Oh, for the dog.
Bet you I know exactly what video that was when I go home.
What?
Go up.
Which video?
I just want to see. You'll know I know.
No, just what video?
If you'll know I know if I. I don't know. Alright, let's go, Doug.
Come on.
What are you doing?
He's hungry. He wants something to eat.
Does the Pete's Coffee Taster care that floral print and stripes don't go together? He doesn't. He only cares that the flavor notes in the coffee go together. They do.
You'll never make it to the top. How much higher must you go on like this? You're getting sick. It's not Mount Everest. It's just a set of stairs. Pause. Just breathe through it.
Must fight to secure the future. By defeating all that threatens it. By winning the battles that will shape what's to come, together. We are Marines. We were made for this.
From the dawn of time, it's always been Tyson.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get 2.9% for 72 months, and Subaru and our retailers will make a $300 donation to charity.
Bro, mods, can y'all chill out? Y'all be banning people for no reason. And shit.
Unban Aaliyah.
Unban Aaliyah. She wasn't saying, she was spamming W's and W Brooke. Why is she banned?
Waffle House is nasty.
Yeah, Waffle House is nasty.
You like Arby's? I like Arby's.
I should just do that.
Nobody likes Arby's though.
Shit. They got good as shit. Why they keep saying this, bro? You got my microphone?
No, they can hear.
You got 2 mics on.
I do?
One of them off though. No, that's hers.
Wait, why can they hear me now? Oh, because there's no mic.
We should just go outside. We never go eat.
When I go home. Y'all be safe.
Oh, we not. Nah, you gotta move your whip.
Does not hear you say.
You gotta move your whip. Don't come with you.
You leave, right? That's behind the shade.
What is that?
Oh, upstairs?
Yeah.
Oh, she gotta move it?
Yeah.
Somebody gotta move it.
Hand me that right there.
You be so quick to snatch
I said, hand me that.
everybody's mouth.
I said, hand me that over there. Fuck nigga.
Don't go saving waterfalls. Clap, 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 clap it, clap it. All around my foot. My foot down, my foot down. Do what you do to me.
Creepy ass nigga, you a 69 god.
What's the name at?
When I go.
Hold up, yo. You know what I mean?
She moved the car.
Is she coming?
No, she just moved the car. We are.
Who that in the back?
So these niggas know what it is, man.
Wow, you actually look great. Oh my God, talk about the suit. Talk about the suit. Yeah, just a little like.
All right, we out here. Damn, you almost had 100? Isn't that what you was trying to hit? Damn.
Let's go.
98K. Let's go. Anything you put your own mind to, just do it. She said she love me, but she said she's spilling fluids. She said she love me, knew that bitch was lying, knew it. She wanna give me everything, I told her prove it. You wanna ride in our car? Nah shit?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Alright. You got my key, right?
Oh, well, I'm gonna see it.
Can.
Hold on. You got a 4 seater, right?
3.
Yeah, 4. 5.
Stuff for gas.
She see money all around me. Oh yeah. Now we got content, baby. See, I keep that pocket. See, I keep that pocket tight. Sitting on the table. See what I'm saying? Bow. Bow. What's the use of me waking up, man? It's all about the see his paradiddle game strong. You know what I mean? see what we got. What is this?
Spiraling up, just like a rich nigga staircase. No fly zone, please stay the fuck out my airspace. Niggas say things behind backs that they wouldn't dare say. Know it's on sight when I see you, I'm working at Squarespace. Yeah!
Uh-oh, the Sheen Showcase?
Alright. Let's get it, DJ. Wake him up.
That's right, man. Yeah, zoom in, man. Zoom in with greatness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's Drake. I know way too many people here right now. That's how you play the drums, man. What else we got? Oh, we got short. So you think she better than you, DJ?
Hey, Apple. My question is, how are what are some of the sneakiest ways in which society delivers untruths, and why do we live in a society that is filled with untruth rather than truth?
Because society is full of common people. Society is full of people. Society recruits people who have the DNA for untruth. And that is created not because the person was necessarily born that way, but because they are pumped filled with ideas, concepts, beliefs, dogmas, opinions, and the person imbibes them naturally. But then over time, the person becomes them. The person begins to parrot them. So society is this man-made construct based upon communal things. And wherever there is any group, there's only untruth. Truth is only for the individual. There's no group truth. So society is full of politics and media and religion and ideals, and we should do this and don't do this, and think happy thoughts and spirituality and all of these things. And none of them goes anywhere, and no one needs to listen to me for that. They can examine their own experiences, and they will see for themselves if they haven't gone anywhere by following any societal things. So society is what it is, and it isn't good and it isn't bad. The same way that a sewer isn't good or bad. If one recognizes that it's a sewer, then they won't step in it. They won't condemn it. They just won't step in it. The problem occurs that when they think the sewer is a swimming pool, and they begin to swim in it. So, as for the subtle messages of society, there's nothing subtle. All that society gives is untruth. You don't have to dig deep. I mean, there isn't. All the messages that it gives is untruth.
Thank you.
I found myself naturally drawn to your work, but I don't know if this is a trap.
Have you ever asked yourself, why am I not rich yet?
And I will be rich forever.
And when will that be? Maybe you've been trying. Maybe you're intelligent, well-educated, and you work hard. And then, where is it? Seriously, where is it? If you find it, please let me know, because it turns out we're not the only ones asking this question. There's extensive academic research into this topic. Kinda love it, really. A load of academics, smart people, focusing their efforts trying to answer the question of financial success. A characteristic we rarely focus on, but we really should. I got some of my trusty green tape again. So this line represents wealth. At this end of the line, you're the poorest person on the planet. At this end, you're the richest. And each piece of pasta in this cup represents some of the world's wealth. And what we know is that this group of people down here, which represent about 50% of the global population, share amongst them as much wealth as about 10 to 20 people up here. So these 10 to 20 people have as much money combined as around about the bottom 50% of the global population. Why? Are they smarter? Did they work harder? Maybe, yes, but surely past a certain point, the influence of those factors diminishes. I mean, how much smarter can you be? People, in a way, are sort of like pasta. What I mean by that is, each shape is different size, different quirks and features to it, but they're all, much of a muchness, within a realm of normality, if you will. 95% of the human population has an IQ between 70 and 130. Albert Einstein's was 160. William James Sidus could read the New York Times by 18 months old, taught himself 8 languages by the age of 8, and attended Harvard at 11. One of the smartest people ever. His IQ was believed to be between 250 and 300. If being smarter makes you richer, he should have been absolutely wadded. But he wasn't. He died pretty young and was a recluse at the end of his life. I mean, it was pretty sad. But my point is, there are limits to the human potential, to human talent. No one is 1,000 times smarter than anyone else. And no matter what hustle culture wants us to believe, no one can work 1 million hours more than anyone else. But wealth at these levels ignores those limits. Is Jeff Bezos right here 1 billion times smarter than whoever's down here? No, he's not. Whether we like to admit it or not, humans are all pretty similar, and the range of our talents is not broad, not to this level anyway. So what's dictating success at this level? What's really going on here?
Because to be a billionaire, there's one thing every billionaire has in common. There's something that happened that made him lucky.
Alessandro Placino is a world expert in mathematical modelling. He wanted to understand how big of an impact skills have on success. Intelligence, knowledge, hard work. How did they impact wealth? Because like it or not, we tend to use wealth as a measuring stick for success. So they created this simulation with different people of different levels of skill and personality traits, all within a normal human range. But some people were smarter than others, some were harder workers, and some had better social skills. All skills that you would often associate with being successful. Then they ran the simulation, they ran it over and over, and every time the results were the same. Wealth accumulated at the top. 80% of it went to the top 20% of people, just like in the real world. But there was no correlation between the traits. Sometimes it was the hard workers that came out on top. Sometimes it was the charismatic people. There wasn't a personality trait that they could say, this is the dominant thing, this is the thing that makes people successful. Well, that's a lie actually. There was one thing. As part of the study, they mimicked everyday life. They threw random events at the simulations. Some unlucky events that hurt their wealth, and some lucky ones that helped them build more wealth. Overwhelmingly, the subjects that won the simulation over and over again were the lucky ones. An averagely talented individual with good luck would be a gifted person with bad luck. In Western society, we often prescribe success and failure to skill. The Americans would call this rugged individualism. We'll say things like it's on you. The winner deserves their success, and the loser, it's their fault that they lost. This idea that successful people have skills or habits that we don't, this leads us to do weird things, quite frankly, like study the morning routines of billionaires, because we think they must be doing something that I'm not. But I hate to break it to you, the key to success is not 5 minutes of affirmations before sunning your bumhole every morning. I know you've seen that guy, but the mad thing is he's probably richer than all of us. I want to stop and say though, of course skill is important in how successful you are. If you're smart and you work harder, you will on average go further. But there's a limit to this, that human limit that we explored before. A Swedish study showed that the correlation between intelligence and earnings flatlines above 60,000 euros a year. This relationship, this level of being rich right here, there is a huge amount of luck involved. Maybe you were born lucky. The Pew Research Centre found that children of wealthy parents will go on to earn 3 times as much as kids from a lower earning background. Or maybe you were born in the right place at the right time. The National Bureau of Economic Research in 2017 concluded that 90% of children born in 1940 earn more than their parents. Whereas today, children born in the 80s in my generation, 50% of them earn more than their parents did. Or what about just those kind of sliding door moments where your whole life changes? I'm in no way rich. Not the type of wealth that we're discussing before using rice.
It's pasta.
But I got furloughed for 4 weeks and I started a YouTube channel. At the exact same moment, the UK population got really interested in investing. I work really hard, I honestly do. My ego wants to sit here and go, I did this. But the truth is, I have to acknowledge this, no COVID, no me. Fast forward 3 years later, I'm sitting here and at the end of a random video, I just mentioned the fact that I'm looking for a video editor. A guy watches that, sends the link to his friend, who then applies for the job and is now my editor. The other day, he told me that I've changed his life in a message. I'm just such a nice guy. I'm only messing. He deserves the money he is paid. He's super hard. He's very talented. But, I think about this thing that if his friend hadn't watched all the way to the end of the video, none of that would have mattered. He may have been successful in another way later down the line, I'm sure he would have. But he got that job due to a series of fortunate events that kind of compounded on top of each other over time. Placino's work shows us how luck, fate, right place, right time, whatever you want to call it, is a factor in success, especially when we're talking about massive amounts of it. I'm going to say it again, I don't want to play down the influence of intelligence and hard work, and I also don't want to make it out at the top don't deserve their position, that they didn't earn it in some way. I also want to point out that there are plenty of people out there who are probably just as talented, working just as hard, who ultimately won't get those outcomes. Smart only gets you so far. We need a little bit of luck. So UK garage aside, let's shift focus now and ask, how can we make ourselves luckier in the context of building wealth? Because it is actually possible to improve our chances here. But just before we do that, let's change my editor's life a little bit more, shall we, with today's video sponsor. So my editor has a problem. He's working hard making these videos. A link to view the Sihu Doro S100 ergonomic chair. Do you know the answer to these 3 questions? They've been put forward as a test of financial literacy that's now been adopted by more than 20 countries. I'm going to reveal the answers in 3, 2, 1. If you got them all right, congratulations. If you didn't, don't worry about it, you're in the right place. Rational choice theory is this idea that people make decisions based on sensible analysis, that they weigh up the cost and the benefits of any action that they take, and that they come to a decision that's good for them overall. But then you hear stats like 30% of 17 to 24-year-olds admit to making a video call while driving, and around 9% of all drivers do this. It's not rational or sensible behaviour, is it? So when it comes to education, the idea is that we teach people to think and learn, and then they will go out and make good decisions. They will drive their life sensibly, if you will. But okay then, why have fewer than half of all of Americans ever asked themselves how much they need in retirement? That was a question posed by this paper published in the National Library of Medicine. How is that rational? The answer is it's not. Because the truth is, a traditional education is not enough to guarantee good financial decisions or good financial outcomes. Because you can be book smart and money dumb all at the same time. A basic grasp of financial concepts has been shown to improve your wealth, health, and overall well-being. One answer to the question of, if I'm so smart, why am I not rich yet, is time. The average age of an American millionaire is 61. Compounding wealth takes time, the slow route if you will. Financial concepts has been shown to improve your wealth, health, and overall well-being. One answer to the question of, if I'm so smart, why am I not rich yet, is time. The average age of an American millionaire is 61. Compounding wealth takes time, the slow route if you will. Anyone with a little bit of an understanding about how money works would understand that. Yet through a lack of basic financial education, most adults fall victim to lifestyle creep. They're too cautious with their savings and they're not engaged with their retirements at all. There are intelligent people that will never get rich because they were never shown the basics of finance. Look, I know that I'm just preaching to the choir here. You're watching finance content at the end of the day. But there is another part to this, the fast way of making cash, if you will. And having a solid understanding of personal finance, just simply knowing where you should park your money to produce a long-term return, will allow you to build up the reserves so if and when opportunity comes, when luck strikes, you're ready. Before I mentioned a Swedish paper that pointed out the impact of intelligence on earnings. This idea that it plateaus at around 60,000 euros. The paper that put this idea forward also claimed something else. The top 1% of earners are less intelligent than the people below them on the earnings scale. That finding grabbed headlines all over the world. This idea that being too smart is bad for your wallet. But there's important detail here that we need to look at. And I think really this is a conversation around risk. The highest paid jobs in any economy tend to be specialised professionals that require high levels of education, solicitors, finance professionals, engineers. If you're coming out of school and you're deemed to be one of the most intelligent people in your class, you're naturally going to be funneled towards one of these career paths, as they offer the best prospects on paper for high earnings. You then go on to do years of study, you pass all the qualifications that you need, and then you get that great income. But that income won't put you in the top earners, will it? For that, you would need to be a business owner. There's a paradox of sorts here. The brightest people get the best jobs and as such earn less than they might have done because they're less incentivized to take a risk on being self-employed. Most businesses fail, even those started by really smart people. If you're earning hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, that jump, that risk feels massive. Then if you're earning minimum wage, the jump might feel like a necessity and not a risk. There's also this point though that there's a lot more averagely intelligent people than there are hyper-intelligent people. So just by sheer numbers alone, you're going to get more businesses run by people with average IQ than you are really intelligent. But back to that original point, it's not the fact that people who are intelligent take less risk. In fact, it's quite the opposite. A 2015 brain scan experiment revealed something counterintuitive. When participants were put through a driving simulation with amber lights, researchers discovered that the more intelligent individuals were actually more likely to take risks. Brain scans showed that these quick decision makers had significantly more white matter, the neural highway that enables rapid decision processing. Those who took the risk did not hesitate. But the researchers also noticed something else. The ones who identified as being skilled drivers took that gamble. And if we come back to the Placino study from before, the way the lucky events panned out was if a simulation encountered a lucky event, they needed the specific skill set to be able to act on them. You have to have the required skills, and these have to be learned. Sadly, many fail during this learning process, with tragic consequences. It takes brains to take risks. How could this point around education and risk-taking be stopping smart people from getting wealthy? It reminds me of this quote. It goes something like, "An expert was a fella who was afraid to learn anything new because then he wouldn't be an expert anymore." We all get really comfortable in our circle of competence.
You know what I'm saying? Don't let them control you.
No one wants to push themselves. No one wants to step outside of their comfort zone and feel like a beginner again. But it's nearly 2025, and
I started live streaming yesterday, and I'm already the greatest live streamer in the world. Look, I got DJ Taylor in my chat. Don't let them control you.
And if you're looking to do something next year to level yourself up, I would encourage you to learn about a topic outside but adjacent to your circle of competence. Skills stack on top of each other and compound to produce huge returns. The link between finance and me learning to use a camera and edit might not have been all that clear, but now we sit here with this YouTube channel, don't we? What can learning about AI do for a HR professional? What can improving public speaking do for a doctor? Adjacent skills can transform and impact your current ones. Skills stack on top of each other and compound to produce huge returns. The link between finance and me learning to use a camera
and you see like compound interest.
Edit might not have been all that clear, but now we sit here with this YouTube channel, don't we? What can learning about AI do for a HR professional? What can improving public speaking do for a doctor? Adjacent skills can transform and impact your current ones. I've learned in life that basically all you need to be is 1% better than your peers and you get all of the rewards. The promotions, the pay rises, whatever. The winner takes it all. And the difference between pole position and just staying in your current position is often a few percentage points. A fraction of a second sometimes, yet all the glory goes to the winner. Take a chance, a risk at learning something outside of your sphere of knowledge. Become a beginner again. It's really fun. It's pretty humbling. But then bring that into your expert world and watch how skill stacking in that way is a 2 + 2 = 10 activity. The learning never
Skill
stops.
stack.
Below in the description, I put together a list of what are seen as some of the most high value skills that you can learn in 2025 and beyond. Intelligent people love to be experts. Your challenge though is to become a perpetual beginner. Intelligence isn't about having all of the answers all of the time. It's about being brave enough to ask new questions, to take calculated risks, to learn new skills, and to embrace the discomfort of not knowing. Because in that space of vulnerability, that's where true growth happens. 12 months ago, someone posted this on Deep Thoughts subreddit. Many intelligent people with doubts and uncertainties are overlooked in favour of less intelligent people who seem sure of themselves. I'm going to speak about being a YouTuber here, not because I think it's the pinnacle of success, quite the opposite, but because it's where my perspective comes from, first of all, and I think there are some parallels to other areas of life. So first things first, the people on YouTube who are successful in any given niche, pick any niche, are almost never the best at what they do. They're just simply the ones who had the confidence to pick up a camera and slap whatever they made on the internet. Have you heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect? This idea that when you start a skill, you see rapid improvement in your ability at the beginning as you go from knowing nothing to something. And then this leads to overconfidence. Eventually, you reach a point where you realize, hold on, there's a lot more to this than I thought. And your confidence in your own ability declines, even though you know more than you did when you were confident in yourself. If I made a video today that looked like the ones I've made when I first started this channel, I wouldn't post it. I shudder every time I see them, the quality is so bad. But those videos were successful. People still watch them today. But what I see as acceptable has raised to the point where now I often hold myself back. If I make more content, I earn more money. But I make a whole video and then I scrap it because I don't think it's right, wasting a week's worth of effort on my part and all the money I spend on editing it.
That's why you broke. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Just because you don't post your videos. And you know what I'm saying? I'm here commenting on this because
and stuff.
That's why he broke.
I once made a video.
Don't take advice.
Where I needed a Matthew McConaughey voiceover thing. you know, as you do in finance content. The reason is if you use a clip from the Oscars, they copyright strike you and take all the money the video earns. So I paid this impersonator on Fiverr to do some voiceover for me, but it just wasn't quite right. So in the end, I just used a clip from the Oscars anyway and earned nothing for the video. Again, that took about a week to make.
Well, that was a waste of money.
Yeah, thanks for that, Matt. DJ Luck and MC Nit are going to do pretty well out of this video as well. Maybe you can relate. Perfectionism, imposter syndrome, that feeling that your work isn't good enough, or an addiction to bad bassline.
Bad bassline.
Whatever it is, all of these are traits that register higher the further up the expertise scale you go. A PhD in economics can feel less certain about the future of digital currencies than a 19-year-old lad who just listened to an hour-long podcast on the topic. The blind confidence of that young lad could lead him to throw a load of money into a meme token, get lucky, and become a millionaire instantly. Everyone then studies the strategies of this genius kid, and the PhD finance professional goes, hold on, there's a few flaws to his strategy here. And the feedback will be, well, if you're so smart, why ain't you rich? There are so many elements to this question, so many bits that we could talk about, this whole intelligence and wealth thing. I could have spoken about this for hours, honestly. I mean, I probably have by the time this is done. But I don't think I've done the topic justice. But let's not think about that too much, otherwise this thing will never see the light of day. Let's just focus on the practical steps. Luck is a huge factor in
You're talking to yourself right now.
success, but it's those with the skills to grab a lucky event when it happens that benefit. Financial literacy is the first skill. It improves life outcomes and allows you to pounce on opportunity when it presents itself. I've created a playlist, I'll link it below, that's just a collection of my videos that I think talk about the basics of finance. Then, beyond that, you need to continually improve and update your skill set. The best thing is, a little bit of a new skill can really help your expert skill. A little bit of an understanding of AI can really benefit your HR expertise, say. Finally, understand that self-doubt, imposter syndrome, perfectionism, these are common in people who consider themselves experts. And when you find yourself having those negative thought patterns, try and remind yourself that a lack of confidence can be a sign of higher competence. The more I know, the more I realise I need to know. I've got a checklist that I've put together of things that you can do in the comments, steps that you can follow to try and get past perfection.
Lack of competence means you're of higher competence. Lack of confidence means you're of higher competence.
Perfectionism and those negative thought processes when they start creeping in. It's all shared on my website, Financial Interest. Again, I'll link everything below for you. There is a final factor though that I want to discuss, a really simple one. You need to care about being rich. Some people just don't care about becoming wealthy, so they won't. That's probably, you know, the right way to be honest. But on the basis that you click this video.
Why, Sway?
Maybe you do. So watch this video next, where I show you that you're probably richer than you think you are.
Bad bassline. Holla with the rinsing sound.
Okay.
Holla with the rinsing sound.
I needed to see myself objectified first to write about myself. I've never really written good music for myself. I think I told you this the last time, like all of my best songs are songs that I wrote for somebody else and we just used the demos.
Yeah.
But I need to get me out of the way because when I see me, it's like a mirror looking at itself. Like there's no image there, there's nothing inspiring.
Yeah.
But when I'm channeling somebody else and they bring something out of me and they don't use the record,
Yeah.
that's kind of like, because I'm in service to others. So my best work naturally is going to be when I am channeling someone else and not me. And seeing myself objectified allowed me to have enough separation to get inspired. And so that's where Piece by Piece came from. And there's another one called Lego Odyssey. And in French, the way you would say the ego is le ego, L' ego, and it would be pronounced Lego.
Wow.
And that was based on most of my life.
Change clothes.
feel like it's 100 o'clock, bro.
Just careful, that's your phone. What's up? Oh, shit. Gotcha.
Everything is fun on a trip to Texas. You could do this, or try this. It doesn't even matter what you do.
Actually, it does matter. I'm obsessed with food, and sports, and music.
This is our trip to Texas. Go get your own.
From the dawn of time, it's always been Tyson.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most
Thank goodness.
was the moment they walked away from it. And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Get 2.9% for 72 months, and Subaru and our retailers will make a $300 donation to charity.
Well, I feel just like a child. Well, I feel just like a child. Well, I feel just like a child. From my womb to my tomb, I guess I'll always be a child.
Let's go, we're in the building, baby. We're in the air for like 20 minutes. Wait, rest, travel. Buckets, baby, buckets.
We must fight to secure the future. By defeating all that threatens it. By winning the battles that will shape what's to come, together. We are Marines. We were made for this.
A good deal shouldn't make you choose. That's why Subway just dropped the price on all their subs. 20% off any sub, any size.
Wait, Subway did what? 20% off any sub, any size?
Yep, for a limited time, get 20% off any footlong or 20% off any 6-inch when you order in the app. Get 20% off your favorite sub at Subway while the deal is still on. Enjoy an MVP rewards for even more great deals.
This fall, Xbox and Trolley are bringing new adventures to Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls, World of Warcraft, and Diablo 4. What's with the worms? Eat me! Buy Trolley and get free in-game content.
Unless that bitch is... Unless it was inside that plate. Right? What the... I mean, it got Oh wait, no, I think it might be. But I think it is. I think it's inside. Go to there? Go there? Yeah. Unless you want to go somewhere else, but I think it's inside of the gas station. Oh, is that it? Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? It's a filter here. Go there, huh? That bitch probably dang if it's inside some fucking real shit. Facts. She's probably gas. I mean, I'm fucking with it. Yeah. Rich quick. Shit that is nothing.
All right, I made it. I had to bust out the raincoat though. Like 12,000 feet, so I'm a little bit out of breath, but figured I'd pick this spot to give a talk because it's such a beautiful place. the ultimate happiness hack, I think, is finding someone else that each unit of currency can buy them more happiness than you can for yourself, and blessing them with the opportunity to enjoy that money. And I think that's the reason why people have kids. They might not even know themselves that that's the reason why, but it is a practical benefit to having kids. I mean, you know, you become jaded as you get older. Each unit of happiness that you try to buy, it's not as potent as when you're younger. Like my nieces, you know, they were like age 6 and 8, and like Christmas is like such a thrill for them. Like they're so pumped, like they can't even sleep. And I remember feeling that way. And you just can't get that back when you're older. But you can use your money to make them happy. And each dollar will buy more happiness for them than it will for you, because you're just a jaded adult. You know what I mean? I want to share a story about how I learned this through another person. So it was 2020 during the pandemic, and there was it was a weird time, of course. And as you know, I'm kind of a risk taker in certain ways, and I didn't have any pre-existing health conditions that I thought would, you know, cause me to die from COVID. So I was really active on dating apps because I thought, you know, I'm a quant, so I'm always looking for mispricings, and I thought there might be some weird inefficiencies in dating, because really, like, hot guys might be like too scared to be on the apps or something, and hot but like risk-taking girls might be like bored, and there might be this like weird inefficiency where like an average-looking dude like me can, like, you know, date a pretty girl. And I think it proved to be true. So I matched with this like 18-year-old Mexican girl, and don't judge me, like I've dated girls that are older and girls that are younger and girls that are the same age. Ultimately, I try not to put limitations to like anything I do. That's sort of a philosophy that I live by. But anyways, so this Mexican girl, she was really cute. She had like J-Lo vibes. You know, she had like hoop earrings and stuff. She was from a really bad neighborhood, and yeah, like she had this story when we first met. Like her nail is missing on her pinky, and she explained that like a stray bullet flew through her house while she was just like chilling in bed and like shot her finger, and so this part of her like finger is all the scar tissue, and like her nail doesn't grow back. And she just said it so casually, like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. I was just like, what just happened? And like I told my mom, and she like was like, baby, we got to take you to the ER. And she was so like nonchalant about this story, like she was just living that life, that thug life. And yeah, I mean, that happens when you're in a bad neighborhood. You know, I lived in the Bronx, and I used to fall asleep to the sound of gunshots, so I know that life. You know, at least I did when I was younger. And so like, you know, she was really cute and like innocent, and she had these aspirations to be a nurse, but she still kind of had that kind of hood rat side. She was like a tough girl, and I was gonna go. My company was letting everyone work remote, so I was gonna go stay in my sister's guest room in Tucson, Arizona. So I was gonna take this Route 66 road trip for like a week, maybe a week and a half, where I got this like rental SUV, and I thought having a companion that I could hook up with at my Airbnbs would be perfect. I'm very practical like that, because like also like she can watch my stuff, because I have all my stuff in this rental SUV, and someone breaks into it, then like it's terrible. So like at rest stops and stuff, I can be like, hey, let's take turns going to the bathroom or something, you know, like a buddy system. And I thought like, oh yeah, this would be great. And then like it'll be a great experience for her too, you know, like she'll get a lot out of it too. So I told her, like, you know, we were dating for like maybe a month, and I was like, hey, I'm leaving to stay with my sister in Tucson for the rest of the pandemic, but do you want to join me on this like this Route 66 road trip? And surprisingly, she was just down. I mean, we only met a month ago. She was like, yo, I'm down. I was like, oh, really? That's awesome. I'm glad you're so like adventurous. And I was like, yeah, I mean, like, you can put the GPS on your phone. Your friends will know where you are at all times. Like, you know, if I was like some crazy kidnapper, I would have done it already. But like,
I'm
your friends and
crazy.
family will know exactly where you are. So just like,
I
you're
eat
gonna be
red
good. It's gonna be
beans with
fun, okay?
crackers.
And she was like, "Yo, I'm down. Yeah, let's do it." And part of me thought she was gonna flake on the day of. Like, I thought she was gonna just not show up, and I was gonna be like, "Damn that bitch." But then she showed up, and she was like, ready to go, like wearing sweats. She had like a bag with her stuff in it, and I was like, "Let's do this." So we drove through. You know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Route 66. You can look it up, but like it goes through like Omaha. And ultimately, I think the meatiest part of the trip is like around Arizona, because you get to see the Grand Canyon, you get to go down to Sedona and do some really scenic hikes. And it was like fall, so like the leaves were changing colors, so it was really pretty. And she's 18, so like a lot of this stuff was like a new experience for her. And like for me, it was just like whatever, right? Like I'm not gonna say how old I was at the time. Let's say I was in my late 30s. So I was just like, yeah, Grand Canyon, whatever. Like been here, been there, done that. I was kind of jaded, you know.
He was old as hell.
Slow blasé, and basically, you know, we fought here and there. Like, she eats her food in kind of a weird way, and I don't think it's because she's like uncultured or something. I don't know. She just like plays with her food or something. And I was like, why are you eating your food in a weird way? Just like put it in your mouth. Don't just look at it. Eat it. Anyways, props if you get where that reference is from. So, anyways, like basically, like she we ultimately we reached the end of the trip, and like I dropped her off at the Tucson airport, and I'm just like, all right, well, thanks for like keeping me company. Like, you know, you joining the trip made it a lot more fun, and like had someone to talk to while we were driving all that time. But thanks a lot. And she like sorry, like she was crying. Yeah, she like it hit me that this trip was like a really big deal to her. Yeah, sorry. She was like crying at the airport. So, anyways, the point of the story is that, like, even though it was just like a week trip for me, like, it was like such a big deal for her. Anyways, yeah, I hope that story kind of like captures the idea that, like, you know, I basically spent the same amount of money on her and me.
Match with 18-year-old Mexicans from the hood who get their nails shot off in the Bronx, like J-Lo, and then bring them to Utah. And then they're gonna cry, and then they're gonna love you.
Like we just went on the same trip. We ate at the same restaurants. But just like that 1 week, she's 18, and like she had such a good time. And like I guess her family didn't have the money to bring her on a trip like that. So it just kind of like helped me realize, like, that's the type of thing that you can buy more happiness for another person than for yourself. And I guess that's why people have kids, you know. So, anyways, hope you enjoyed the story and the beautiful scenery. Talk to you later. Yeah, in the green, bro. All right, I need some grasshoppers now.
Boy, weird.
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to talk about why I'm not married today. So a lot of people are like, bro, you are such a good catch, man. You're like 5'10.5". Like, that's tall for an Asian dude. And like, you went to an Ivy League school, and you know, you're a quant, you're so smart. You should get married. You'll make a woman happy. And they're not wrong, you know. I always wanted to kind of have a big family, and you know, I watched like The Sound of Music, and I was like, that would be cool to kind of like make my kids line up like that. And anyways, like I wanted to get married and have kids, but I don't know. I'm a data-driven person. I'm a quant, so I analyze the data, and it just doesn't make business sense. First, the divorce rate is 50%, right? That's awful. Like, you have to remember that 50%, that's divorce. Divorce is the last resort for most people. So what that means is that like over 90% of people are like miserable in their marriage. Because you have to understand, like, people get divorced when like you have to pay the lawyers so much money, and
How much?
you like traumatize your kids. Like, they're gonna be so sad, they're gonna have to require all this therapy. And if you have like extended family that's conservative, they're gonna be like really ashamed that you got divorced. And yeah, your local community is gonna shame you. Oh my god, they're gonna gossip. Oh, they just didn't work out. And that's like kind of embarrassing. And so you go through all of that and you still get divorced. If you're religious, then like you're gonna go to hell probably, depending on like what religion you're into. So like despite all of that, you still get divorced. That means you really want out. And so what that tells you though is that 90% of people are like miserable in their marriage.
Yeah.
And you know that's true because it's like in the cultural zeitgeist, right? Like if you watch like Seinfeld or like Everybody Loves Raymond, like the grandparents, like the parents of Jerry Seinfeld are always depicted as these like bickering, miserable couple. And everyone can relate to that. That's why they depict them that way. And with like Everybody Loves Raymond too, like they depict them that way because everyone's like, oh yeah, that's how my parents act. Because that's so common. And why wouldn't it be common? People are miserable after being stuck with the same person for that long. You know, it's not natural. The other reason is infidelity. So data on this varies widely because it's hard to get accurate data on something like this, but it ranges from like 20% conservatively that have cheated on their spouse to like 70%. And let's put the average at like 50%. That's pretty terrible. 50% of people have cheated on their spouse. And it's the type of thing that people are gonna like lie about, either to themselves or to a survey. So it's probably higher. But let's just put it at 50%. And that's awful. So regarding infidelity, right? I had a friend who was an EMT, like an emergency medical technician, and he told me something really interesting. Basically, the main reason why he would get called to people's houses is that they would be having a heart attack, or they would be thinking they're having a heart attack. But it would just be like a panic attack. And when he gets to their house, like the guy would like confess to them, like immediately. They like grab him and be like, and they would tell him like they cheated on their wife like 7 years ago or something. And he'd be like, okay, thanks for sharing that. We're gonna get you on the stretcher here. And he said it happens to him a lot. Like he's only been working the role for like a year, and he said it happened to him like 5 times. And I found that to be like quite noteworthy because these people, right, even though they got away with cheating, they had to carry the weight of infidelity in their heart. And they didn't really get away with it in that sense because it was like a splinter in their mind that they had to live with for the rest of their lives. And I don't know if it's like based in Christianity, and that's why they they thought they would go to hell if they didn't like confess to someone before they passed to the next life. But nevertheless, for one reason or another, like they kind of like suffered through the guilt of that infidelity. And so yeah, of the 50% who cheat, without a doubt, like, you know, some people got away with it, and they didn't really get away with it. It's kind of like the point I'm making with that story. Those are terrible odds. 50% divorce rate, 50% infidelity rate. Like, why would anyone sign up to something with those odds? And the answer is because they've been culturally shamed to do that. You know, people are very much like sheep. They don't think for themselves. And they don't think organically from the bottom up. They just kind of feel peer pressured into doing things. Yeah, everything about marriage, modern marriage, is just a recent invention. You know, like the white wedding dress, I think, is from like 1840. And, you know, that's the last 200 years. The diamond, you know, that's just a brilliant marketing campaign by the De Beers Corporation. I think in the 1920s, when they said that a diamond is forever. That's arguably the greatest marketing campaign of all time. So now people buy diamonds. It's become the standard, when like there are other like rare gems that are more expensive, you know, and they just kind of artificially keep the price of diamonds high just to like profit off of you. Like, honestly, the De Beers Corporation killed it. That's a rabbit hole you should go down. It's fascinating. But this whole cultural norm of buying a diamond is it's just like brilliant capitalism and marketing. There's no reason why you have to do that. But people are sheep, right? And when you think organically about human pair bonding, marriage is not natural. Human beings are not naturally monogamous. They've only been monogamous for the last few hundred years, mostly driven by monotheistic religions like Christianity, because this was before DNA tests, and they wanted a way to be able to kind of like accurately track parenthood. And so they wanted to keep people from, you know, sleeping around too much, so that they can like find out who inherits the wealth of the father and so on. And there are other reasons you can go down those rabbit holes, but the point is it's a man-made invention, and human beings have been around for a long time. Homo sapiens, like 1 million years plus, and they were not monogamous for the vast majority of their.
So Matt really talks about this in the Red Queen hypothesis. You can go look that up. I think humans are somewhere between. His argument is that if you look at the size of the testicles of great apes, chimpanzees, that the size of the testicles tells you how monogamous the species is. The species, humans, we're in the middle of the gibbon, which is the most monogamous monkey, and might be mixing this up. Oh, and the gorilla, the least monogamous. Well, because like gorillas have dominance hierarchies, and the top gorilla, the alpha, takes all the girls. He has really small testicles. And then I think monkeys who are more monogamous have bigger testicles. Might have that wrong. I got it right. But yeah, it's a spectrum. Also, interestingly, the size of the monkey, the bigger the difference between the size of men and women, the more variety the male seeks. So it's like the bigger the difference, like, so gorillas have a big difference between the girl and the boy, and they have harems, so they have one gorilla will have a lot of girls, whereas the closer they get in size, then the more monogamy is prevalent. So humans have a medium difference between the men and the women. Most women are like 5'3", 5'4". Average man is like 5'9", 5'10". So they're monkeys where the men and the women are like pretty much the same height. Pretty monogamous monkeys. When there's a huge difference, there's dominance hierarchies, and the top male gets a lot of girls. A lot of monkeys get no girls. We're in the middle. You know, we do have harems, and we also have monogamous societies. But monogamy is a product of society. That might not be true.
Existence. And even today, Homo sapiens, right? Like, of the 1,200 or so cultures that exist in the world, only like 150 or so are monogamous, and all the rest are not. And so, you can ask any scientist this, like, human beings are not naturally monogamous. And it's a...
I think on average he's correct.
Recent invention. So it's like, why are we doing this? You know, we don't need it for like agrarian societies, you know, like we're not all farmers anymore. We don't need like to have a bunch of kids to farm our land for us. And we have DNA tests, so like the concern of like unknown parentage is like much diminished now. And so it's kind of like a holdover from a time
definitely
that
not
we're just kind of like holding over because human beings are not really original thinkers. And you know, knowing that we're not naturally monogamous, it doesn't help when like modern culture, like mostly driven by modern feminism, is like it's kind of like normalizing infidelity on top of that. You know, people already cheat, now you're gonna normalize it. Like a lot of girl shows like Scandal, the main character is like having an affair with the president and like hanging out with the first lady without her knowing, and like she's the main character and people root for her, like, oh yeah, you get it, girl. Like, it's like we have normalized, the Overton window culturally has moved to the point where we normalize infidelity. And so if the instinctual, like biological temptation to cheat wasn't enough, we are already we've normalized it culturally as well. Culturally, you know, we would try to shame that in the past. And I mean, that's been that way for a while. Like the 7-Year Itch is a Marilyn Monroe movie. It's the famous one where she's wearing the white dress and the wind is like blowing her skirt up or whatever. And like 7-Year Itch, for those who don't know, is like 7 years after a marriage, you feel the temptation to cheat. So you want to scratch the itch. And so that's like kind of like addressing that, the 7-Year Itch. And it's like, why are we doing this? Why are we trying to make something work that doesn't work? Like, you know, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You know, when you go further back, right, like human beings, again, they're not monogamous, and it's just not in our instinct. Human beings, males especially, are they like variety because we have a lot of sperm and we want to, our DNA wants to replicate, so it's in our interest. The optimal mating strategy is to sleep with as many women as possible, whereas for women, they're only able to have one child at a time every 9 months, so paternal investment makes more sense for them. So the idea of like some Chad that'll like love them and protect them while they're pregnant and like, you know, bring them food in the cave while they're 9 months pregnant is like, that's really attractive to them, you know. And but it's not in our instinct to be faithful to one person. And so kind of like a bear at a circus that's like, you know, wearing a tuxedo and like standing on its hind legs, like, you know, with the ringleader like whipping it to like stand on its hind legs and act like a human. Like, that's not natural for the bear, right? But like it's forced to act that way. And after a while, like the bear, like it just wants to get back on all fours. It's like it's trying to get back to its natural state. And that's what we're doing as humans. Where, you know, when you're at your job and you're in
procrastinating bed
5 years into your miserable marriage and you haven't had sex with your wife in like a year, and there's a hot new secretary and you're like wanking to her in your morning shower, and it's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, why are you putting yourself in this situation? you know? Like, you naturally want variety. Like, why did you put yourself in this situation? Now you're lying to your wife. Like, she's like asking if you still desire her, and you're like, of course, baby. But you're lying. Like, and it's not your fault. You're a human. You're like that bear who's standing on his hind legs wearing the tuxedo. You're like trying to be something you're not, and your DNA is fighting against you. So you're like that bear, you know, you're trying to get out of that situation. And it's just, we can do better than that as humans, you know? We can do better than that as humans, you know? And I propose like new systems of pair bonding that make more sense. Polygamy makes sense to me. But they're tricky, right? Like, or like open marriages. At least there's honor in open marriages, right? I would consider an open marriage, you know? Like how kings of the past would have a queen as like their main bitch, and then they'll have like side bitches, like concubines.
Okay,
like,
all
that
right.
systems happen a lot naturally in
I
humans.
thought Kanye was the best rapper. This nigga's rapping.
Organically, and there's a reason for that. It's because it makes sense. Like, they do that in every culture, you know? Japan does that. China, like, it's like so formalized. They'll have like apartments for their side bitches, and it's kind of like a Pareto principle kind of thing, because like top dudes will just have multiple women, and then everyone else won't get any women.
80% of the wealth.
And that was naturally solved in the past because those men would just fight in wars and die off, so there wouldn't be like this uprising of like, you know, sexless men who are like salty that like some top dude is like getting all the women. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways to like potentially address this, but the whole like monogamy, like traditional marriage thing, it's not it, bro. And yeah, I mean, you just have to remember that we were Homo erectus, right? And then since then, like the human species branched off, like the tree diagram from Homo erectus, it like split off to like Homo sapiens, which is us. There's like Homo Neanderthals, which is
Six
like
types of
most
humans.
Europeans
6
are
types
like
of
2 to
humans.
4% Neanderthals. So like Homo sapiens like mixed with Neanderthals, like interspecies like sex and stuff. And it's kind of funny to think about, right? Because they were like pretty different species. They were like, they looked different. They were stocky, or they had different brains. And like, for your religious friends, you need to ask them, like, do Neanderthals get to go to heaven? Because like, you know, how does that work? They're a different species.
6 types of humans.
And anyways, and there's another one called like Denisovans that were mostly in Southeast Asia. There's another one called like Homo florensis or something. They were like hobbits. They were like 3 feet tall. And these are humans. Like, do those humans have a soul? Like, there could have been a world. It's fascinating to think about. There could have been a world where all these different humans existed. So you think racism is bad right now because races are subcategories of Homo sapiens, but there could have been different human species, all because at a time they were all coexisting on the earth. There were like hobbit-like humans, and there were like these like stocky ogre-like humans, like the Neanderthals. And I guess that might have been where like Tolkien got his inspiration for Lord of the Rings, because it makes a lot of sense, right? It's very similar. And I'm sure they had their own like characteristics and like predilections and such. But yeah, like Southeast Asians are like, you know, 2 to 4% Denisovan, and some of them are like that Florence CS one, and it's mostly the sapiens that survived. But from that point on, human beings have been monogamous. Sorry, they've not been monogamous for like 1 million years. You know, so like with water dripping on a rock and slowly shaping it, that's how the human brain evolves over 1 million years, you know, like, and we have evolved to like variety and to have multiple sexual partners. So like the idea that we're gonna suddenly in like the last 200 years adapt to monogamy is just preposterous, dude. And yeah, it saddens me to see all these people just like sheep, just like, oh yeah, in 1840 like Princess Victoria wore a white wedding dress, and that's what we do now. And yeah, we have to get a diamond ring because the Beers Corporation said a diamond's forever. And bro, think for yourself, man. Like, yeah, monogamy is not it, man. So yeah, I believe that human pair bonding is optimal in bursts. So I talk about it in my first video, but I shaped the human pair bonding experience as like you know, like a kind of like a parabola, you know, and you know, it goes up, That's the honeymoon phase, and then it flattens at the top when you're content with each other, and then you kind of slowly get over each other. You know, you get bored of the sex, you kind of get tired of each other's like habits and flaws, and then it slowly starts going down, and then you know, you kind of feel like you're swimming upstream, and that's when it's time to just end it. And that's the most natural way for humans to pair bond, in my opinion. You don't have to go to therapists, you don't have to like...
Humans live too long now. 35 should be the end of everybody's life.
Find inventive ways to try to, like, you know, spice up the bedroom. Like, bro, if you have to do those things, it's over. You don't have to spice up the bedroom with your hot new secretary at your job. Like, so do what's natural for your instinct.
What about open marriage? You said you would do open marriage. Isn't that spicing up the bedroom?
And, you know, we need to find a better system of pair bonding and kind of structuring societies so that we don't have this, like, you know, so we're not all bears wearing tuxedos standing on our hind legs listening to, like, the ringmaster of the circus. Like, in this case, like, the ringmaster being, like, you know, modern Western culture and feminism and all that. Like, you know, there are better ways to do this. And, yeah, you know, I propose like open marriages or like some form of polygamy, or more like communal systems where we like raise kids communally, things like that. You know, that's what we did as hunter-gatherers, and you know, we did that for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's in our bones, it's in our DNA, and we would be good at it. And and the reasons and the incentives to have monogamy have expired now. So we need to adapt with that, you know, and not just like carry over these traditions because we're too scared to like try something new. Yeah, all right. Well, that's the video. If you disagree, please let me know in the comments, and see you next time. As a quant and any anyone who works in finance, you know that people don't price things correctly in the market in general, and that's why you make money, because you price things better than them, so you know when to buy and when to sell. But I want to apply this to life, and in life, right, people don't price things correctly. So like, a lot of people are afraid of flying, and so they'll be like saying prayers at the airport and like thinking they're gonna die, but like the drive to the airport, you're like 1,000 times more likely to die there than on the flight itself. Like, there's a lot of data on this. So that's just like an obvious example of how people don't price risk correctly. And in prop trading and hedge funds, we're basically exploiting that flaw in human nature, but in financial markets. But that's like a topic for another time. I want to talk about how people are always triple long, and they don't seem to realize it. So triple long, what do I mean by that? You know, there are like triple long ETFs, like S&P 500, triple long ETFs. You can look this stuff up, but it's basically like, it's as if you're like 3 times as long that position. And people are generally triple long in their life, and they don't realize it. What do I mean by that? They're long their job, they're long their stock or equity within the company.
Hold up.
Have you ever asked yourself?
Or RSUs, and they're long their home, their real estate. So it can go your way and it can go against you. In Silicon Valley, right? A lot of my friends ended up there around 2010, and a lot of them are just like average smart guys, but they got into some big tech firm and they have more money than me because they bought a home there and they got into this big tech firm and they have equity at their firm. So their equity shot up like 500% or more, and their home shot up like 500% or more. And times are good, so their salary just keeps going up, and you know, promotions are handed out and so on. And so, you know, when times are good, but when you're triple long, what happens when times are bad? So I have a friend who worked as an engineer at ExxonMobil, and she was at the plant outside of Chicago in Illinois. And ExxonMobil had a pretty big contraction at one point. This might have been like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Anyways, they basically closed that plant outside of Chicago. And so they laid off everyone at that plant, or they gave them the opportunity to relocate to their Houston headquarters. And so a lot of people have their families there and their kids in the school districts, and they weren't willing to do that. So they just got laid off. And what happened is they lost their job when these announcements came out that ExxonMobil is like closing factories. The stock sold off by like 50% or something. And you have a lot of equity in your own firm usually, because you get to like buy into them at a like discounted rate or whatever. So all their equity in Exxon lost 50%, and then their homes lost 50% because they closed that plant, and that plant was the major thing driving the local economy. So a large percentage of the employees like lived in those neighborhoods outside of that factory. So that's an example of when you're triple long, how you can get steamrolled. And I think a lot of these people didn't realize that, especially with like mortgages. You're inherently leveraged because, well, I'm sure you guys know how mortgages work. So you can be underwater after that, right? When your home loses 50%, you're most likely underwater, in fact. So yeah, my friend was lucky because she was doing like a reverse commute from Chicago. So she just bought a condo in South Loop, which kind of held its value. South Loop didn't really go up that much, but at least it like went sideways. But all of her peers who bought in the suburbs closer to that ExxonMobil factory, their homes lost 50%. So that's sort of the point I'm trying to make. You think you're managing your risk correctly, but you're not. You're exposed to a triple long risk. You're exposed to career risk, equity risk, and real estate risk. And no one tells you this because all the people involved in these industries want you to continue putting your money in them. So it's sort of like I wouldn't say a cartel, but it's like people are colluding together. Different parties are all colluding together to keep you in the dark about your inherent risk. And this is a large risk, and I just want people to know that. The reason I chose prop trading as an industry is because prop trading is inherently counter-cyclical. So what I mean by that is that it does the opposite. So when the market is grinding up, bonuses are small because markets are calm and there's nothing to trade because prop trading firms make money off of price inefficiency and panic. And when the markets are crashing and the economy is, really not doing well, prop trading firms make their biggest money. Prop trading firms are feast or famine in that way. And it's actually quite beneficial to be in a counter-cyclical industry because you get your biggest bonus when the markets are crashing. So like the guys at Getco who made their biggest bonus in 08-09 during the financial crash, like traders there made like first year traders there made $1 million bonuses. Like you can look this up. And they got their bonuses in like January, and the market bottomed out around February or March 2009, like around SPOO 666. So imagine you get your $1 million bonus there and you sock it into the market there. It's up almost 10x from there. And that's just stocks, right? If real estate is more your taste, people's home prices halved or worse. And they're losing their jobs and they need to panic sell. And I mean, it's predatory, but you can put in a low ball bid and just, say, hey, you sure, you want to sell this to me? Like, you don't want to default, right? It's bad for your credit. And then people will just puke out of their homes and sell like 10% lower than mid-market. And, Fed's lowering interest rates because the markets are crashing and they're trying to stabilize the market. So you can get like a 30-year fixed rate mortgage at like 2% and put in a lowball bid and scoop up some like great real estate at huge discounts. So those are the hidden benefits of working for a counter-cyclical industry. You have money when other people don't have money. And that's actually like wildly important. And it's like when everyone's on the same side of the canoe and it tips over. Like you don't ever want to be in that situation. You want to be doing the reverse commute, right? So when everyone's in traffic stuck on the other side, you're just flying down the highway going 80. There's like a huge hidden benefit to being like in a counter-cyclical industry. Prop trading is the best example of a counter-cyclical industry I can think of, but the media is another example, right? Like they complain about Trump when like, oh no, Trump's president, but they were actually like salivating because like viewership in CNN and all those mainstream news channels went up like crazy because everyone's like, oh no, is the world gonna end? And they made a lot of money from that. And another counter-cyclical industry I can think of is like pharmaceuticals during the pandemic.
Media is counter-cyclical.
I'm sure there are others, but prop trading is the cleanest example I can think of. I'm not triple long, right? My net worth might be in the S&P or real estate, and when the market crashes, my happiness is hedged because I know that my net worth is contracting, but I'm going to get one of my biggest bonuses that year, and I'm going to be able to take my bonus money and put it in the market somewhere near the lows. And so my wealth is hedged and my happiness is hedged as well. And then on the flip side, if if it's just like the markets are dead and quiet and just quietly drifting up for a couple of years in a row, they might have layoffs at prop trading firms because there's nothing to trade. But jobs are plentiful elsewhere because the economy is roaring. So you can easily pivot into like being a data scientist in big tech or something. So you're hedged in that way too. It's easy for quants to kind of like jump from like quant finance, elite finance to big tech, from like quant to like data scientist or something. People do it all the time. Like Citadel quants jump over to be like Uber data scientist, and they do it the other way as well. It's kind of like the high paying industries, the smart people at the hyping industries just bounce between them depending on like which sector is doing well. So yeah, I would encourage you to consider that aspect of how you manage the risk in your own life. Sorry, one final point. Wealthy people understand that normal people are triple long, and they don't want to be triple long. So what they do is they invest in hedge funds. And so why is it called a hedge fund? Because they're hedging your risk. There's a well-known bet that Warren Buffett made where he said, oh, I bet the S&P will outperform these hedge funds. Yeah, buddy, like we know that. We know that. We're taking 30% as a cut. So there's that. But two, we're not investing in correlated asset classes as you know, the S&P, real estate. You know, most people don't know this, but even flight to safety asset classes like bonds and gold, they all crash when the market is panicking because there's deleveraging happening. And so you're really not safe anywhere. And so where do wealthy people put their money to diversify? They put them in hedge funds because hedge funds use unique strategies that are actually not correlated with all of the known investment classes. Like, go look at the price of gold, bonds, like during major crashes. They all sell off. But with certain hedge funds, they won't. They'll go up. Because hedge funds are inherently uncorrelated with major products. They'll short, right? There's that movie with Seth Rogen where his hedge fund was picking individual equity names and shorting them. That's the kind of thing a hedge fund does, because that's uncorrelated with performance of the broad market. And so, yes, you're going to give up a little bit of performance by, you know, because it's hard to find an asset class. It's hard to find some kind of investment vehicle that is uncorrelated with the broad market. The broad market is the easiest way to generate returns because you're basically investing in the labor of intelligent people who are trying to grow the firms they work at for their shareholders. And, you know, basically all the smart kids in your high school are now running companies, and you want, you know, you're basically betting on those horses. Like, you know, would you bet on them to get an A on their school project? Of course you would. They're the smart kids. Well, those smart kids are now, you know, running these companies, and they're using all of their intelligence to try to grow these companies and make them more profitable. So being long the market is just doing that. You're just betting on all the smart people who run the Fortune 500 companies to continue to grow them and use things like technology to, you know, increase profits and, you know, lower expenses. So anyways, that's a tangent, but like, yeah, I just wanted to drive that point home about hedge funds. Hedge funds are called hedge funds because they hedge against the mainstream risk that you have by putting your money in all the well-known places, real estate and stocks. And wealthy people know that. They know they know that you're triple long and they think you're a sucker. But they're not triple long. They own real estate and they own stocks, but they also put a large percentage of their wealth in hedge funds. So when the market's crashing, their wealth is just kind of going sideways. You know, they're diversified. And it's very useful to always have bullets. You know, it's very useful to have money when other people don't have money. It's very predatory, but you can snipe off really good deals when other people have to panic sell and they were overextended and they need to unload properties, they need to unload their businesses, and you can scoop them up at a big discount. Wealthy people know this. That's why they invest in hedge funds. All right. See you next time.
Be triple long, man. Get into counter-cyclical industries. Don't be triple long. Get into counter-cyclical industries. Triple long is just you betting that things are going to go well. And guess what we know? Since Seneca, what goes up must come down. Invest in a hedge fund. They're hedging against you. Don't invest in a hedge fund. Don't don't listen to me. I'm 29. You know what I mean? He said it though. He said it. Have money when other people don't. When the canoe's tipping this way, tip the other way. Because when people panic, there's money to be made. It's called, what do they call it? Not a risk pirate, but like a crisis hunter. Crisis hunter. Look for bad things going on.
You guys might notice that I'm not in my car right now. I have a date. I was on a dating apps. You know, a lot of people are saying, oh, dude, this lifestyle's so lonely. No, it doesn't have to be. I have future legs of my trips planned with other people, but the first part of it was like a solo part because, I don't know, I just didn't have time to plan anything with anyone. And I wanted to kind of get acclimated with the whole like car living, the rhythms of that lifestyle. But yeah, I was swiping on some dating apps in Salt Lake City because like once you get out of the mountains and the more like natural, national parks, like, you get into these like higher density urban populations, there's more volume of people to like swipe on dating apps. And so I like to kind of like date around as I travel to kind of like get a taste of the local flavors and whatnot. And I matched with this like blonde Mormon girl from outside of Salt Lake City. So she's gonna drive in to the city. And so tip for homeless nomad dudes, like the question is like, if the date goes well, like how are you gonna like smash? And good luck trying to smash in your car. I mean, like that would require like infinite riz, as the youngsters say. But no, I just ask them like if I can go to their place. That's the move typically. And you do it. This is the line. You say, "Oh, my Airbnb host doesn't allow guests. Can we go to your place?" That's the line. Take notes, guys. But I felt the situation out, and she's like living with her parents, so it's like
you
it's
don't have
not gonna happen.
You don't have a crib? Yo, the B&B said, you know, you can't come over, so like, why Sky? Why Sky? She gonna let me come? You gonna let me come in? What's Guy?
Right, so I was like, all right, I'll book a hotel.
Can I come in your house? Can I come in your house? Can I come inside? Can I?
And you know, this will be my one bursty spend for the month. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like sad to break my streak, honestly, because I was living in my car for three weeks straight, and it was a good run, you know, like I was getting used to it. And you know, I'm one of those people that doesn't like to break streaks. It's like a human, like, psychological thing. Like during the pandemic, I go off on tangents a lot when I ramble. During the pandemic, right, like I was running 2 miles a day. Well, this is before the pandemic, like maybe like 4 or 5 months in a row, and I never missed a day. And then especially during the pandemic, and then I got like sick. I don't know if it was COVID, but I caught something fierce, and I was like, my lungs were all messed up, but I was like, nah, I'm not breaking my streak. So I was like like coughing while I was getting my 2 miles in, man. Like it's almost toxic, like that need to not break a streak, you know? Like people, like companies exploit that, like the these are like Snapchat where they have streaks, and like Duolingo has the whole thing where they want you to like sign in every day, and if you don't, like that owl shames you, like where were you today? But anyways, back to the topic at hand. Yeah, it's heartbreaking to break my homeless streak, but I'll start another one after this. It's just one day in a hotel. Hopefully I'll make use of this bed, but you know, no guarantees, I guess. I gotta like clean my car out, because she's like, oh yeah, you have a Tesla, you can like, I'll drive to your hotel parking lot and then we can take your car from there. And I was like, okay. So I gotta like put all my stuff in the back and then like, you know, kind of hide it a little bit, because it's like, I don't want her to be like, bro, why is there so much crap in here? But you know, we'll see. I still have like an hour or so before she's supposed to get here, and I'm tired as hell, man, because like last night, my urban parking, my like suburban side street, like I picked this like quiet dead end street, and I thought I was good for sure, you know, and then like, I guess it was, today's Sunday, yeah, I guess it was Saturday night, like all of a sudden, like I hear all these dudes talking, and I'm like, kind of like, oh, damn, I should have cursed. All of a sudden I'm like, oh crap, and I like try to like lay low in the back of my Tesla, and it's like it's like 4 dudes just yapping. It's kind of like the cast of King of the Hill. It was just like 4 like middle-aged white guys, and they were just yapping, like I guess they were having beers or something, and they were like 10 feet away from my car. So I was just like stuck there, like I didn't even want to like put my knees up in case they like see something and they're like, bro, did you see that? There's something moving in that car, you know, like I didn't want that to happen. So I guess this is my one bursty spending splurge. This wall of water thing is kind of cool.
Yo, what is bursty?
I'm on the 5th floor. Here's my car, my old home. Miss you, babe. I'll be back in a day. Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god. Alright, I'm trying to clean my car out as fast as I can. Like, this date is coming in like literally 10 minutes. I haven't even taken a shower yet. Shit, man. Guess I'll bring this upstairs. You don't care if I'm like recording random stuff, right?
Yeah, this camera's fire.
Hi.
Interesting. I'm taking a picture too.
Literally a potato chip?
Yes, that's funny. The fans aren't that young anymore, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, really? Your boy dressed up for the day.
Yo, that's a phone. Let me say something right now, yo. Hold up. You know, dates are for losers. Here's why. Cause like, why you don't already have girls? Think about it, man. Clip this right now, yo. Why don't you already have girls? Why are you going on dates? Huh? You should already have girls. Catch 22, yeah. Catch it. You should already have girls. And then if you don't, it's like, you think going on this date is gonna get you girls? Like, no. She already knows in her mind he doesn't have girls because he agreed to go on a date. It's like if you marry, right? Why you married? You should already have a harem. If I'm a girl and you marry me, it's like in my mind, I'm like, okay, he has no girls. So I'm already about to abuse you psychologically. I'm already about to abuse you psychologically. You understand what I'm saying? Because you don't have girls. Like if you had, see, it's really like it's philosophy. Like if you had girls, I would be like, oh, I can't abuse you. So it's like winner take all. When it rains, it pours. Because if you don't have girls, I'm like, I can abuse you. But then if you do have girls, I can't. Right? It's like if you're rich, I would give you this shirt I would give you this peanut butter for free. See that? Creamy, crunchy, whatever. But then if I know you're not rich, I'm taxing you.
With your feet in it. A little seductive. All right. Oh, good morning or good afternoon. It's nice to sleep in. Haven't done that in a while. Kind of hungover, but last night was pretty awesome. I guess that was my one cheat day for the month. Back to sleeping in my car. It's so brutal and depressing. The good point though is that when I checked in to this hotel, I clarified that they don't check the license plates, so I can sleep in my car in the hotel's parking lot. Oh my god, dude, that's so funny. If like security walks by and see me, I'll be like, no, I was staying in a suite in this hotel yesterday. I just I lost my credit card, like
don't believe they'll be more forgiving than if I'm just some random hobo who like chose that parking lot. So like,
man's driving around in a Tesla. What kind of random hobo would he be?
oh, that's really riding the swings though. Staying in like one of the suites of the hotel, and then the next day the staff walks by and sees you like curled up in a blanket in the back of the car in the parking lot. Like, bro, what happened to you? I thought you were rich.
My last personal shower for a while.
Dude. Ow. Goodbye, fancy room.
All the times that you rained on my parade, all the clubs you did and using my name. My broken hearted girl, for goodness sake.
I needed it for the
you
day
crying
last
all
night.
alone while I hate.
A lot of crumbs and stuff I had to
And
like
I
wipe
didn't
away.
want to write a song,
But
'cause
yeah,
I didn't
man,
want
it's a little
anyone
depressing.
thinking
That's
I
the
still
last night.
think I don't. But you still hit my phone up.
Oh man. Yeah, it's a little rough, but I'm back.
I don't
with the
wanna
nomad life. I
hold
keep this
back.
single sample of cologne for when I go on dates, and it's honestly enough. Like with cologne,
Baby,
you don't want to be announced. You want to be
that.
discovered. So like you want. I put on.
You don't want to be announced. You want to be discovered. Oh, clip that.
Very minimal amounts of cologne. Like I hate people who like when they get in your car, like your whole car stinks up.
My mama don't like
You want it to be very subtle.
She likes it.
Yo, look at this guy's dreadlocks. That's his hair right there. Yo, that's wild, dude. That's crazy. How does he sleep with those? Home sweet home.
Oh man, I was staying at the top floor of this hotel just yesterday. And now I'm back.
His vlog's
Being
fire though,
homeless.
yo.
In my car, sleeping in the hotel's parking lot. Have a good night, guys.
Baby, you should know that. My mama don't like you. And I never like to.
wanted to talk about how I assign respect to people. Most people, they assign respect through subconscious factors, and disappointingly, a large percentage of that is just looks. Like even the concept of love at first sight, like it's not love, right? You don't know anything about them, so you know when you just first see them, it's looks. It's your raw attraction to them, and your DNA and your biology is determining, you know, based on the symmetry of this person and the proportions of their features and their clear skin, they have good genetics, and your kids are likely to be healthy. Seek that, you know, and that's your DNA telling your brain that. Like a tremendous amount of respect is assigned through looks that people. This is like politically incorrect stuff that people don't want to talk about because it's disheartening. But like most U.S. presidents are over 6 feet tall, and they all have a full head of hair, almost all of them, despite, you know, being in their like 50s and 60s. Like if you take the percentage of men in the United States that are over 6 feet tall and not balding at all, and relatively good looking, it's a really small percentage. It's probably like less than 5%, maybe less than 3%. And those, you know, that's not a coincidence, right? So people judge others. It's called the halo effect. You can look it up. I'm sure people know about this. But you assume good attributes based on the fact that they're good looking. And you give them respect, if that's the right word to call it. But it is, right? You invite them to things, you want to befriend them, you're nicer to them at the office, you assume they're smarter, you give them respect. So looks is a huge percentage of how much respect you give someone. Other factors are like intelligence. Intelligence is mostly predetermined. I know like moms will, you know, make their kids listen to Mozart or whatever. They'll play Mozart while their child is in the womb, thinking that it'll boost their kid's IQ by a couple points. I don't know if there's any evidence that that's true. And we all understand how important intelligence is as far as like how far you get in life. There's a well-known correlation between IQ and income. Yeah, it's like you can draw a scatter plot through it. It's like a y equals x line. And IQ and wealth is a little hazier because wealth can be intergenerational. So, you know, you can have like dumb grandkids when you keep marrying these like trophy wives of like beauty pageants, and you mix your DNA. So your DNA you mix your IQ. So your kid's IQ becomes the average of you and your wife's IQ. So if you're like this shallow Hugh Hefner type of guy and you marry these hot women who aren't that smart, then like your kids are going to become less and less smart. So intergenerational wealth always goes away in roughly like 3 generations. And one of the factors is probably because the kids just on average get less smart. Being high IQ is a rare attribute. So why am I going over all of this? Looks, IQ, those are mostly predetermined. They're mostly genetic. And even your personality, right? Your quote unquote charisma. No, I can see you can improve charisma and those kind of things. You can take like a Toastmasters class, but like I said in my first video,
a toast what? You look that much. Oh baby, you should go and love yourself.
With the happiness pie chart, there's definitely genetic predetermination to your happiness levels. So, you know, like Eeyore and Winnie the Pooh versus Tigger, that's at least 50% of your genetic makeup. And people don't like a mopey, sad person, right? Unless they're hot, then they're like brooding, like Sasuke and Naruto. But so that, I think I covered most of the attributes. looks, intelligence, I guess family wealth. Family wealth is also, I mean, that's one that's just obvious. You know roughly how wealthy someone's family is. And that's something you can't control either. So, yeah, and then personality. There's a little bit of wiggle room there. You can definitely improve your personality. I'll concede a little there. My whole point of this is to say that almost all of your attributes are genetically predetermined. And these are the attributes that determine how much respect the average person gives you in this world. Now, how can you get wealthy? Well, there's wealth you can inherit, and then there's wealth you can make at a job. But again, there's all these studies that people who are good looking, they do better in interviews, again with the halo effect. And
start a YouTube channel, don't get a job.
Obviously being hyper intelligent, that's going to help you get foreign job
I went from 1 sub to 12 million in one day.
Interviews as well. Well, that's in theory one of the most important factors. At least that's one that people are willing to admit they're factoring in. And people like to say in the nature versus nurture debate, oh, no, it's not, you can work hard and get further in life. Intelligence isn't everything. And you can kind of nudge your intelligence up if you read a lot of books and exercise your brain. Your brain's a muscle. Yeah, to an extent. If you're raised by wolves in the forest, then yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be hard to acclimate into society. There's actually a case of that happening. You should look it up. It's actually kind of interesting. But for the most part, it's politically incorrect to say this, but it is factually true that it is way more nature than nurture. And there's tests with twins. This is another interesting study you should look up, where they separate twins at birth, and one of them grows up in a really poor, bad neighborhood, and one of them grows up in this ritzy upper class neighborhood with yachts and private tutors and all that. And they've done this study across lots of different twins that were measured to have the same raw IQ in childhood, and they both end up really successful if they're both really smart. This notion that
psychology is not real.
Environment plays such a huge factor in your success is mostly political talking points, because politicians want to get your vote to move money around and do things, fund certain programs and so on. But yeah, it is a harsh truth that your genetics and your raw IQ does really determine how far you get. That and grit. I won't downplay the importance of grit. I would say a tenacious person can for the most part overcome deficiencies in IQ, as long as it's within reason. Their IQ has to be reasonable, above average. That's kind of the hard work can beat talent if talent doesn't work hard thing, the Rock Lee versus Neji thing. Lots of Naruto references in this video. Sorry if you're not a Naruto viewer, these references are going over your head. So anyways, that's a long intro to give you background as to how I assign respect. I assign respect based on how far you've come, how far you've gone with the genetic factors that you were given at birth. And I'll include family wealth in that. So I don't really the average person, they have a kind of unsophisticated radar for how much respect to give people. They're the factors I just went over. Oh, is this guy good looking? Oh, is he rich? Is he tall? Or with women, is she hot? And then it's subconscious. They don't really actively think about it. And then they just say, oh, I respect this person. I want this person to be my friend. I want to show up in pictures with this person on my Instagram. And I don't assign respect like that. I think respect should be assigned based on how far you've come with what you've been given. So I'll assign more respect to someone whose parents are junkies and they they grew up in a broken household and they managed to become like a manager of a Starbucks. Like, I'll give more respect to that guy than like, you know, some Goldman Sachs guy whose parents are, you know, high up in corporate finance and, you know, their uncle is like a partner at Goldman and all that. Like, that's not really respect worthy, you know. And even really intelligent people, like I think it's cool that you're so smart, but like I don't think that should be a factor in how much respect I give you. Like, I might try to ask you for help with homework, but that's sort of where that ends. And I think you're lucky and blessed to have been given such great genetics at birth. But it doesn't mean you're a good person, right? So where am I going with this? If you could live your life like 100 times over in some kind of Monte Carlo simulation, the way I live my life is I'm always trying to compete against other versions of me. So if I live my life 100 times over, and I tracked it, I want to be the most performant version of myself. When I review that, I want to say, oh, this version of him this guy killed it. It's kind of funny. There's a episode of Rick and Morty where there's a video game called Roy, I think. That's the name of the guy. And you just kind of put, it's like the metaverse. You kind of put this like headset on and you just kind of play this guy, Roy, throughout his whole life. And you see how far you can get as Roy. And Morty just sort of plays Roy in this conservative way. And Rick's like, no, man, Morty, you gotta really push it. And he goes absolutely crazy. Like, he's doing all kinds of stuff. And the people are crowding around the arcade like, this guy's taking Roy off the grid, man. Like, that's sort of how I view my life. Like, I don't have a belief in, I'm mostly agnostic. Though when you see like mountains like that, I can see how you would believe in God. I mean, it's beautiful. It's almost like a creationist argument. But yeah,
actually, the argument would be the argument from Intelligent Design. It was proposed by William Paley. Yeah.
I kind of believe in simulation theory, you know, which like I guess Elon Musk believes in too. It's like a professor at Cambridge. He's like the head of the Department of Philosophy, and he believes that we're all in a simulation. I think his name is Nick Bostrom. Anyways, you can look it up. It's called simulation theory. It's very believable and it's very logical. So it's kind of like the Matrix, like you're in a simulation. And yeah, well, I'll go into it a little bit here, and I'll split it up into chapters so you can skip this part if you find it boring. But basically, his theory is that in the future, humans are going to find ways to create incredibly realistic simulations. So at some point, it's going to be so realistic, and there's going to be so many simulations that you're never going to know whether you were just born into a simulation or whether you're in the base level reality. And you know, futurists and technologists have confirmed that that's true.
I'm driving into Canada today, Calgary. Never been there, so I'm excited. Gonna hike Banff for a week. Oh, not a week, but gonna be in Canada for a week. And my friend from Montreal is visiting. So that should be fun to have some company, you know, break up the whole solo trip. So this is the neighborhood for the Airbnb. It's like everything's modern and newly built. It's so nice to have my own washer and dryer for a change. I stopped getting all these breakfast goodies for the week. There's only one supercharging station in all of Calgary. That's insane, dude. Like, I had to go all the way into the city just to use it. It's like a major detour. Hello. Hi, Jade. You made it. Why'd you pack so much stuff?
I'm just a girl.
Bagels to start the day.
Mais Gracie Lake, il faut absolument que tu y ailles. Je veux qu'on en reparle quand tu rentres.
Puis genre un petit café sur la main road.
Oh, sur la à Kenmore, là?
Ouais.
Don't worry, I'm good at driving while I'm watching the road. Look at these colors. Having fun?
Yeah.
That looks fire. That's crazy.
These trees are hanging on for dear life.
That's really crazy.
Yeah, Canmore.
That's so beautiful.
All right. Yeah. Beaver tail. Yeah. All right, beaver tail. On a hiking pole. This is such a cool hike.
By the age of 25, most men have already given
like an
up on life. There's a famous quote I heard, and it's something along the lines of, most men die at the age of 27, but they don't actually leave the earth until the age of 72. Something like that. I don't know, not to be too deep here, but something I've noticed is a lot of guys get to a point where they think that they can't change and they are who they are, whether it's the relationship they're in, the career they're in, their hobbies, their personality, and whatever bad habits they have. And it's happening at the same time for it to work in the past. Like, you're not oil, bro. You're not a diamond. You're not a fossil. Here's a way to look at things. Mammoths are super fucking cool. We are fortunate to have many mammoth carcasses because what happened was mammoths got stuck in oil, and then that oil got frozen over top of in the Ice Age. So a lot of their bodies are preserved, right? But every once in a while, you find dinosaur bones that are millions of years old, and you're like, how the fuck do we have these? Because guys, I used to go out hiking a lot. I'd see a dead deer, and the carcass would be there. 2 or 3 days later, it's gone. Wolves, coyotes, dogs, fucking squirrels, vultures, they would just eat that thing. Even the bones would disappear after a couple weeks. So like the idea that a carcass is around long enough to be fossilized is crazy, right? And like 6 or 7 different things need to happen, you know? There needs to be some kind of catastrophic event, like a mudslide.
What is he talking
for it, and it got me pussy, right? But the problem is, a lot of us do this not just for pussy, but for money, but for attention from others, and we do things to make our parents proud, right? Well, my parents want me to be a doctor, so I'm gonna be a doctor. My dad says I should get my real estate license, so I should get a real estate license. Or, you know, my girl wants me to go to the same university as her, so instead of doing what I wanted to do, travel across the province and whatever, I'm gonna go to the same university as her. And I hear these stories all the time. And basically, a lot of clients I work with in Socializer School, which is a course where I help guys improve their speaking skills, confidence, social skills, so that they can approach and attract women in real life, build new social circles, get really good at talking to the camera without stuttering or interrupting, or you know, oh, see, I just did it there. I literally just jinxed myself, but I work with a lot of high-level guys that want to change their lives, improve their social skills, and I've gotten thousands of guys results. I'll put it up on the screen right here. These are a lot of my clients. I got them into relationships, built them social circles, started businesses for them. But anyways, they always come to me with the same story, man. I went to university for this, but I didn't like it. I fucking was in a relationship for a couple years and let myself go. She cheated on me. I got fired from my job. My dad died. I had to take over the mortgage. I've heard it so many times, and the reason I'm sharing this with you is, one, don't feel alone. There's a million guys in the same situation as you, where they're 25 or 30. They know they fucked up. They know they wasted a couple of years. Maybe they wasted their entire 20s. But it's not too late to turn it around. And it's like...
Obstacle course. Let me tell you a story. In one of the prop trading firms I used to work at, there was this junior trader, and he was getting a little overconfident. And he started slinging bigger and bigger trade sizes. And he was trading these like oil ETFs, relatively illiquid ones. And he fat fingered and accidentally bought something like 1,000 times the size he intended to. And it blasted the price of the ETF up 10% instantly. And he's like shaking, like, and then people are like, what happened? And the partners come running over and they're like, what's going on? What happened? And he's like, he has his arms crossed and he's like crying, like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what. And basically like everyone's screaming. The partner's like, how the f did this happen? And so, yeah, the firm lost, I'll say like $5 to $10 million in one tick. And frankly, it's the fault of the IT department to not have safeties in the trading software. It's not really his fault because traders are going to fat finger. You know, it's a fast-paced, dynamic environment. That's going to happen. But
true.
The point of this story is that, you know how trading firms have like TVs, flat screen TVs mounted against the walls? All the TVs suddenly go, and we see some activity here in the oil sector. We're seeing crude shoot up 10%, carried by an ETF. And then like these talking head pundits with like suits come on and they're all like, yeah, you know, as I told you, you know, the Saudi prince was not happy with the most recent contract. And, you know, we're seeing OPEC come in and back his position. And, you know, like just confidently asserting, you know, why the market shot up 10%. And here I am on the inside of the walled garden. You know, check out how freaking big these freaking tree trunks are, redwood trees. Anyways, yeah, here I am on the...
inside of the walled garden. Like, whoa, these financial news pundits are full of shit. Like, they're just literally talking out of their asses, just confidently making assertions about why the market is behaving the way it is. When it's really just this junior trader like 10 feet away from me that just like fat fingered this humongous trade. And yeah, that's that. I think that story kind of explains what's happening, right? The entire financial news sector has no idea what's going on, and they have these talking head pundits come on with all this like fancy pedigree, you know, Harvard this, you know, oh, this guy used to manage a hedge fund. And they all confidently talk about, look at this tree. Oh my God. And they'll confidently like talk about, you know, yeah, you know, we're seeing London, you know, we're seeing these moves, overnight moves, blah, blah, blah. The correlation between the something pair trade, you know, and they never know what they're talking about. And if you go far enough back and watch their track record, they're basically coin flipping, you know. But they'll do like their highlight reel of like, you know, well, 2 years ago I called the start of the bear market, and you know, we saw that play out, didn't we? So financial news is a scam. From all those TV shows like Jim Cramer, Mad Money, you know, he's always, you know, they call it, hey, booyah, Jim, what do you think is going to happen to the price of Boeing? And with that little, you know, he has no information on it, and he just guesses. He just kind of like prattles off some, you know, oh yeah, the price earnings is doing this, and you know, this announcement is probably bad for them. Sell, sell, sell. And some blogger or someone like checked all of his trades historically, and he wasn't even outperforming coin flipping, you know. So he just, you know, yet like it takes a long time for people to realize, because the whole scam of financial media is that someone builds up credibility by having success in the past, doing something different from forecasting stocks. Like Jim Cramer's hedge fund in the 90s that did well. I read his book like in the 90s. Like he was doing stuff like paying for like satellite images of like truck shipments for factories to try to guesstimate whether earnings were going to beat that quarter for whatever company. You know, like crafty, sneaky things like that are like right on the edge of like, is that insider trading? And that takes a larger investment, and it takes time to get that information. But he was doing things like that. That's how he was making his money at his hedge fund, and he did well. But that doesn't mean he knows which way some random stock price is going to go if you just ask him in the lightning round. You know, he doesn't know any better than you. So yeah, the whole scam of financial media is that he's had success in the past, so he rides off of his credibility and then converts that into a TV show where he gets viewership from it, and he can sell books and newsletters that are behind paywalls and things like that, because he's riding off of his credibility. He's pointing to the fact that his hedge fund was really successful in the 90s and he went to Harvard. But there was a little bit of a bait and switch there, because the way he made money in the 90s is unrelated to what he's trying to sell you now, which is some kind of knowledge, some kind of inside tip that's going to help you make money. I mean, just ask yourself, if he could do that, if he had an informational edge, why would he sell it to you? Why wouldn't he just use that information to place big bets on it himself? So he doesn't have his own money in those trades. He doesn't actually believe in them. He's just selling them to you. And as people have studied historical performance, he's coin flipping. So that's the scam with pundit shows like Jim Cramer's Mad Money. You know? And as for all the other like talking heads that come out on the regular hours, those guys are all full of crap too. You know, it's a shame, because those guys know that they can't forecast the direction of the market, but they're getting paid a lot and they're getting exposure. So that's good for them to make money. So they go on there and pretend that they know which way the market's going to go. And it's all nonsense. There's always like perma bulls and perma bears, and people kind of latch on to their favorite guy. You know, this guy, he's really into gold. He's a gold,
he's a gold guy, you know, this guy's a perma bear, you know, Dr. Doom or whatever. And they all have different opinions, and they're all right sometimes and wrong sometimes. And it's all just noise. But then when they come out and they get presented, they'll be like, oh, this is, you know, Dr. Doom. He predicted the great financial, you know, recession. Like, they'll just do a highlight reel of like their 2 or 3 best calls, and then, you know, it's like, what about all the times they were wrong? This guy's bearish for the last 15 years throughout the entire bull run. So he was wrong every day for 15 years. And then finally, when there's 1 or 2 pullbacks, he's finally right. But a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Like, you're not going to point out that he was wrong 95% of his existence, you know. But that's the thing. It's like they give you selective information. So they'll tell you, like, they'll do the greatest, like the highlight reel, like, oh, this guy called the .com crash, this guy called this, let's bring him out, and he's like wearing a suit, and, you know, it says he was a professor at Stanford, so everyone's like, oh, we better listen to this guy.
Don't take advice. Don't take anybody's advice.
In summary, don't watch financial news, or if you're gonna watch it, just be a contrarian and do the opposite of what they tell you to do. Financial news is a feeder for Wall Street trading firms and hedge funds. They want that dumb money. They want that, you know, extra liquidity of stupid money sort of sloshing in the markets to help them get out of positions. And, you know, 95% of retail traders lose money, and they mostly trade liquid stocks like Apple. So it's not like they're losing money crossing the bid-ask spread. They're just wrong. They're placing the wrong bets. And 95% of these traders are people who kind of watch financial news and kind of piggyback on the consensus, right? Oh, the Fed's going to do this, you know, CNBC says that, Bloomberg News says that, and it's going to be roughly bad for the market because they said that. And, you know, my favorite message boards on Reddit said that. So that's all they're doing, right? As a human, they're kind of like taking the aggregate opinion of all these different financial news sites and their favorite newsletters, and then they're betting on that. And yet 95% of those guys lose money. So what does that tell you? It tells you if you do the opposite, it's going to make money. But it also tells you that the market is rigged. Because if 95% of people are losing money, why wouldn't it be like 45%? Like, give that some thought. If it's just randomized and people are coin flipping, wouldn't it be roughly 45%? Because people have to lose money based on paying commission and crossing the bid-ask spread and things like that. It shouldn't be 95%. So what that tells you is that that financial news is in collusion with Wall Street and feeding you bad information so that Wall Street can take the opposite side of it and you can lose money. So financial news is basically a way to transfer wealth from the working class, middle class American to the elite Wall Street people. And I can only say this because I retired, but I probably can't get a job in Wall Street again if this video gets popular. But that's what's happening realistically, and you see it every day, right? Anyways, this is the underside of a redwood tree that flipped over. Looks like a portal to another dimension.
You can train yourself to become a genius. Cristiano
No, you
Ronaldo,
can't.
Michelangelo, insert whoever it is that you consider to be a genius. If you were to take a picture of their brain and compared it to those of normal people, the key difference you would find is that in certain parts of their brain, they have more of this sticky, white, gooey stuff called myelin. And that is what genius looks like.
No, it's
But
not.
it's not like they were just born this way. There are literally places in this world called talent hotbeds where people would go to grow their brains and to become geniuses. So I recently learned this by reading this book called The Talent Code by Daniel Coyle. In this video, I wanted to break down this book to understand how genius is made.
You can't make genius, baby.
Unfortunately, not live in a talent hotbed, how to train yourself to become a genius in the field of your choosing.
I'm already a genius.
These are nerve cells called neurons that are activating like a circuit. And this one just resulted in a baseball swing. These ones, a beautiful Bach recital. And these ones is a dude eating a hot dog. So you might be thinking right now that these kind of all look the same, and you would be correct because you see from a brain's perspective, every skill is just specific neurons firing tiny electrical impulses and activating like circuits. But what is the difference between a shitty baseball swing and that of a pro's home run? Me playing the piano versus Yo-Yo Ma. An average dude just enjoying his Costco hot dog versus Joey Chestnut, who just broke the hot dog eating record by eating 83 hot dogs in under 10 minutes. The answer is
He should be in jail.
Specifically, the experts have a lot of myelin and normal people have not that much myelin. The way that myelin works is similar to how insulation works around copper electrical wires. Like for example here, I have a pretty standard charging cable. You have your USB plug over here and then your USB-C over here. And along here, inside, you can't see it, but there's actually copper wires to conduct electricity. But what you can see on the outside is that there is this rubber that wraps around it. And the rubber is there for a couple of important reasons. The first one is that so that I don't touch it and shock myself to death. And the second reason is that it prevents the signal from leaking out. So it allows the signal to be faster and stronger. And this is how myelin works as well. It wraps around the nerve fibers of these neuron cells. So the signal is able to go through stronger and faster. So the more myelin that a person's circuit has, the faster and stronger that signal will be, which would lead to them to be more skilled. All right, I gotta go charge my phone. Okay. So that was a little bit simplified, and of course there are other factors out there as well, but it is true. The key to genius and to talent is to have more myelin in the right circuits, and that is why the secret to genius is learning how to grow more myelin, which is what the rest of the book is about. Specifically, there are 3 key ingredients to growing myelin. But before I get into that, I do want to cover some of the other fundamental traits that myelin has, which will come in handy when you learn more about how to grow myelin. Number 1, the firing of the circuit is paramount. You see, myelin doesn't just grow whenever it is that you want it to grow. In order to get it to grow, it's very important for you to activate the neural circuit for that specific skill in order to trigger the myelin to grow around it. In other words, you need to repeat a skill in order to get the myelin to grow. And it's not some sort of like repeating however it is that you want kind of situation. You need to repeat the skill in a very specific way in order to trigger myelin growth. And I'll explain exactly how in just a bit. Number 2, myelin is universal. One size fits all skills. I kind of touched upon this earlier in the video, but basically your brain doesn't care what it is that your skill is. It could be, playing the violin, it could be coding, it could be whatever the circuit is in your brain. Myelin works the same way. If there's more myelin in that circuit, it means that circuit will be stronger and faster and the skill will be better. This is why learning any skill, becoming a genius in any field follows the same fundamental principles. Number 3, myelin wraps, it doesn't unwrap. It's why that if you develop a skill and then even if you don't use it for a really long time, it's still fundamentally there. This is also why habits are so hard to break, because if you develop a certain habit and it's encoded into your brain circuits and there's myelin surrounding it, myelin doesn't unwrap, right? So the habit never truly goes away. And finally, the last fundamental principle is that age matters. It is true. If you've ever looked at kids when they're trying to learn a new skill, like learn a new language or like learn how to bike or something, they do it so quickly. They kind of just like almost absorb that information in. And that's because when you're younger, it's a lot easier to form myelin. But before you click off this video and think, oh no, I am old, I might as well just learn nothing, it is good to also know that there are still 5% of illegal sites, which are the cells that produce the myelin that remain immature for your entire life. So even if you're over the age of 30, over the age of 50, you still are able to create more myelin and to learn more skills. This is a clip of someone doing deep practice versus just normal practice. Write in the comments what kind of differences you can see. This girl who's doing deep practice, what's happening inside right now is that there's a lot of myelin that's being produced, just wrapping around the circuits for
She's
violin.
spamming myelin,
Now, for normal
yo.
practice one, the circuit is still activating, like it's still going off every time that the song is being played, but it's not really activating any myelin production. In other words, she's not actually improving her skill. She's just sort of doing it. Deep practice, which is when you actually generate myelin, is a very specific sweet spot that's only reached when you're at the boundary of pushing your skill. And you can actually see that in her face, right? She's like really concentrating. You can tell that it is taking massive amount of energy and effort to be doing what she's doing. This is the first ingredient on how to grow myelin on the road to genius. The first thing you do is that you want to do the whole skill as a complete whole to kind of get an understanding of what it feels like. So let's actually use that violin example. So when you first see like a new violin piece that you've never played before, the first thing that you do is that you try to play the whole thing through, probably pretty terribly. What you do after this initial chunk is that you break up the music score into different components, into smaller chunks, and you practice each of these chunks until you get to perfection. And while you're doing that, you also want to play with the dimension of time. When you take that chunk of music, you want to slow everything down, like painfully slow it down until you're playing every single note painstakingly to perfection with perfect precision. And then you do that with all your other chunks until ultimately you put everything back together again. Chunking, of course, is not just for music. I'm sure you've heard of drills before, especially in the context of maybe like sports, like basketball or football. A dribbling drill in basketball is an example of chunking because you're taking the entire gameplay and focusing only on the dribbling portion of it. And you'll notice that the best players will practice doing that dribbling drill over and over and over again and doing it really, really slowly. We're doing it really, really quickly and just experimenting and getting the feel for it until they can get it to perfection. And then they do that for all the other parts of gameplay as well, like shooting or passing. I also want to give you like a non-physical example, like coding. Maybe when you start learning how to code, you're just like really bad at it. It's like a piece of shit, whatever it is that you wrote. So you break down that skill and chunk it together into its subcomponents, like understanding the requirements of a code, choosing the right algorithm to be using, optimizing runtime. Pop quiz. How many hours a day do you think is the ideal amount of time to practice any skill of your choosing? A, less than 1 hour. B, 1 to 4 hours. C, 4 to 8 hours. Or D, 8 hours to as much as you possibly can. The answer is B, 1 to 4 hours. Let me know in the comments what you guessed. So this is actually pretty surprising to me because it's kind of like this thing where people are like, oh, like, how do you like work for 4 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours plus a day? It's kind of like touted, I don't know what the right word is. Like people see it as a badge of honor in terms of the number of hours that they can put in towards working towards a skill. But the research actually shows that 1 to 4 hours of deep practice a day is the most productive and the most sustainable. It's also a little different for each person. Like for me personally, I realized that the amount of deep practice that is sustainable for me is around 2 hours, like 3 hours max. This is the second ingredient on growing genius: ignition. Ignition is that spark that lights that passion and motivation. As you saw earlier, deep practice is a lot of work. It's very strenuous, it's very frustrating, and it's really, really hard. So there needs to be something that motivates someone to do that deep practice day in and day out, painstakingly, even missing out on a lot of other fun activities just to sit there and continue practicing and developing their skills. And ignition is a tricky thing because if you ask geniuses or geniuses in trainings why it is that they feel so compelled and motivated and passionate towards their craft, they'll probably just say something like, oh, like, I don't know, I've just always felt this way. Like, I don't know, this is just who I am and what I want to do. But that's actually not true. I'm not saying that they're lying or anything like that. It's simply the fact that they themselves actually don't know either. It's a very subconscious process, or more accurately, a collection of subconscious signals called primal cues. Primal cues are subconscious signals that tap into basic human motivations, such as a need to belong, to achieve status, or to fulfill an identity. Something that makes a person say, I want that, I need that. A common primal cue is when you see someone that you consider to be an idol and inspiration, someone that you want to be. For many South Korean female golfers, they received this primal cue on May 18th, 1998. This was when a 21-year-old Saeri Park won the McDonald's LPGA Championship and she became a national icon all across television. There were some little girls at that time that saw her there and thought to themselves, wow, she is so cool and she looks just like me and I want to be like her. I want to be like that as well. And 10 years later, with lots of deep practice, some of those girls actually made it onto the LGPA tour and dominated the event. 45 players collectively won 1/3 of all the events. Many people also receive a primal cue from a teacher or a mentor, especially for young musicians. One day they're kind of just like, meh, whatever. And another moment they might see like a teacher just play something in a very specific way and they suddenly just like get hit by how beautiful it is. And they realize that they also want to be like that. And that ignites the fire in them. There's another very common one that is kind of sad. You'll find that many geniuses often have one where both parents die before the age of 15. And what that does is that it sends the primal cue into that kid. You are not safe in the world. And that's something that could ignite a passion and motivation in someone because they want to get better and to improve, to be able to make a living out of their skill so that they can make themselves feel safe again. Ignition is a lot harder to manufacture because it's basically just being bombarded with a bunch of primal cues until suddenly like something just clicks in you. The practical advice from the book is that just try your best to submerge yourself in places that have a lot of primal cues. Like if you're potentially interested in golf, then you should kind of join like golf clubs and golf tournaments, take some like golf lessons, and be around people who are also aspiring to become a certain type of genius. So I feel like that's all well and good, and definitely I would agree. That's why I try my best to like make myself go to certain events and then also just like be around people who have the same goals as me. But when I read this part of the book, it kind of made me feel a little discouraged because it's kind of like, what if like I don't have access to those things, right? Like I want to become a really good YouTuber. What if I don't have access to really good YouTubers that I can like hang out with? To really good YouTubers that I can like become a really good YouTuber. What if I don't have access to really good YouTubers that I can like hang out with and just do stuff with? And also in addition to that, maybe I'm just too like socially awkward to be able to kind of, you know, like make those connections, if that makes sense. So it was like a little bit discouraging, and maybe some of you guys watching this video as well feel like that as well. Like you have something that you want to develop, some skill that you want to do, but you just feel like you don't really have access to kind of the right surroundings for you to do that. And after thinking about this, I realized that actually, that's not exactly true, because there are actually things I can do to get access to other people. And I'll go into more detail about this later in the video, because I specifically titled the video How to Train Yourself to Become a Genius, not how do I get myself into the right position so that I can be trained to be a genius. So yeah, I do have some tips for that. Now we know the first two ingredients for creating genius: deep practice and ignition. And that is great and very important. But the next step is that you need to actually integrate these ingredients into your day-to-day life. In other words, make it into a habit. For deep practice, the good thing is that this is already automatic. By nature of practicing something over and over again and mastering it, you are like repeating the cycle. And so by doing that, you're also creating the habit of deep practice. The only thing to be careful about is that you need to do this pretty consistently. Like for most skills, you can't just do deep practice like once a week and then just be done with it. You do need to do that usually between 3 to 5 times a week, ideally daily, in order to form into a habit. There's something else I do now after reading this book and understanding how myelin works and things like that. And it sounds like kind of dumb, but I don't know, maybe it will help you as well. It's when I'm practicing a skill like script writing or like reading papers. You know, we're doing deep practice and we're doing this. It can be like extremely frustrating and I often want to give up all the time. But what I kind of picture in my head whenever I want to give up is just like imagining the myelin wrapping around very, very slowly. Like every time I'm putting in a lot of deep practice, a lot of effort into building that skill. Ignition, on the other hand, is different. There's a lot of situations when somebody can be really interested in something, super passionate and work really hard towards it, but at some point they just kind of lose that motivation. It's very common for people who are doing things like music or like art or sports. And the reason for that is that they weren't able to sustain that ignition. They weren't able to make that, internalize that as a habit. So how do you make it into a habit though? So what you need to do is that you need to remind yourself of why it is that you want to do this in the first place. Like that feeling of, I want to become a musician, or like, I want to get really, really, really good at this. Make that into a habit as well to sustain your ignition.
Almost every day, we divide our players into groups at each end of the court, have them form lines,
make it the way you have
stop
to.
and turn crossover drill.
This is John Wooden, otherwise known as the Wizard of Westwood. As the book puts it, to describe John Wooden as a good basketball coach is like describing Abraham Lincoln as a solid congressman. ESPN actually named Wooden the greatest coach of all time of any sport. He's an amazing coach because he knows how to press the levers of deep practice and ignition. He's able to design practices and drills to push his players into the state of deep practice and then providing them with feedback to guide them towards the right direction. He's also able to keep the engine of ignition going to keep his players motivated. He knows when to dole out a compliment and encouragement, or when it is that he needs to say something to trigger his player. Whatever it is that they need, he's able to give them so they continuously feel the drive to practice more and to better themselves. This is the third and final ingredient of how to make genius: master coaching. So yeah, basically you just need to go find yourself a John Wooden for whatever it is
Don't do that.
your field is.
Don't find a coach.
Yeah, not so
Don't listen to advice.
I mean, first of all, if you can get yourself access to John Wooden or whoever the Wooden is in whatever it is that you're trying to build, I think that is absolutely great, and you should 100% do everything you can in order to get access to master coaching. It would, level you up a lot. But if unfortunately you don't have access to that, it can be a little bit discouraging. That's really how I feel when I was especially reading this chapter of the book. I'm like, damn, like what am I supposed to do? I don't know where I can find myself a coach that can teach me to make better videos and write better scripts. I mean, I could, but I don't really want to spend or have like thousands of dollars to spend to do that. But after kind of thinking about it a little bit more, I realized that it's not true that I'm just like doomed because I can't find a master coach. That's kind of like a cop-out. What I need to do and what I can do is that I can at least like immerse myself more in a community and try to like maybe not get like the most expert teachers, but try to hire someone or like get into a class in which I would be able to practice these skills.
People in classes are buffoons.
Right? Like I realized that I was making excuses for myself because I'm just like socially awkward, don't want to interact with people, or for like whatever reason really like resistant to the idea of like working with other people. I honestly don't know why I have this like resistance to working with other people, to building certain skills, but I realized like I was just like copping out on that. I could in fact like join more communities in order to learn a skill. I can join Discord communities of other people also making YouTube videos or like script writing or whatever else it is that I want to learn. This book was also written 15 years ago in 2009, which is probably why they didn't mention things like Discord communities, online communities and things like that. But that is something that especially now with the internet, it's a lot more accessible. So I knew for a fact that I need to try harder in order to actually put myself into that situation and try to reach out to more people, join classes and communities. And the second thing that wasn't mentioned in this book is AI. AI is actually a great tool to be able to provide feedback for things. Ideally, would it be better if I could hire an expert teacher that can teach me things? Yes, absolutely. But having AI providing feedback for certain parts of your skills is definitely better than nothing. It's actually
Try to get rich,
damn
bro.
good. I've used AI for feedback for interviews, for public speaking, script writing, and Japanese. I'm not going to go into too much more detail about this in this video because this video is already really long, but I'll actually link a video up over here where I go through some learning techniques and how you can use AI to do them. But anyways, I realized that there are a lot of things that I am not currently implementing in my journey to become really good at some of the skills that I care about. And after reading this book, it's giving me a much better idea about why it is that I'm not progressing as fast as I want to be. And I'm still experimenting with applying more of these learnings into my own learning journey, which hopefully I can share more results with you guys sometime in the future. A portion of this video is sponsored by Brilliant. If you're interested in self-learning and getting more skilled at STEM subjects, I highly recommend that you check out Brilliant. Brilliant is a STEM learning platform that specializes in interactive hands-on learning. I first learned about Brilliant when I was interviewing for Meta, and they recommended that I use Brilliant to brush at learning STEM subjects, which, let's be honest with each other, can get boring and feel really difficult sometimes. Brilliant incorporates little quizzes, analogies, and just like little dopamine hits that help a lot when you're getting a little bit bored or feeling discouraged. If you're interested in Gen AI, they have a short and sweet little course which is a great overview of the field and doesn't require any coding. They also have timeless course offerings like math and stats and programming with Python, as well as new course offerings to explore topics like AI, neural networks, and quantum computing. You can join in millions of people already learning on Brilliant by heading on over to this link over here to get started for free, also linked in description, or just scan the QR code on the screen. If you go through my link, you'll get a 20% off the annual membership. Thank you so much, Brilliant, for sponsoring this portion of the video. Now, back to the video. That is all I have for you today, and I really hope that this was useful and you learned something interesting and applicable. Let me know in the comments, what skill do you want to develop? Like, what do you want to be an expert at? What do you want to be a genius at? And I will see you guys in the next video or live stream.
get it. Why should I read it on comments? You know, but you fake what she said. We locked in. Bye, stream.